correct, George.
Did you want to add anything to your?
No, just briefly, the court historically, we had set a deposition on December 28th. Prior to that, I had filed a motion to perpetuate his testimony. The court, in denying that, said take his deposition and alerted all the parties that if in fact the deposition were to move forward, to treat it with the same scrutiny that you would in trial testimony. In the event that he would not be available, we would be reading it in. We set it for December 28th. The subpoena, which was filed, I got contacted by Zoom saying that the link had been compromised. We reset it for January 17th. And I'm sorry, it was served on January 17th, and we reset it for January 27th. He was properly served. I had the subpoena domesticated by a California attorney. And in the subpoena, I said in lieu of the Zoom link, please contact my office. I filed a affidavit from my assistant to Salvinge to alert the court that no one on behalf of Aubrey Graham Drake or anybody else reached out to alert us that he was going to fulfill his obligations pursuant to that subpoena. That subpoena was dropped off at the Beverly Crest where he lives, and the notarized return of service pretty much specifies all the rules that that the prosecutor went through and the actions that he went through. Additionally, I filed an affidavit from the California attorney that domesticated, alerting the court that she did comply with the California law.
State.
Judge, I would just review my prior arguments regarding this particular witness and where we're at with it today, and object to any further, I guess, at this point.
Okay, so understanding that the relevancy and materiality of the witness has not yet been established, but the court said that that potentially could be established through the taking of the deposition. The objections that you have, haven't ruled on because I want to know what's there first. This is more concerning a subpoena and a potential witness's failure to comply with it. Unlike our previous motions of a similar nature, this one appears to comport to all the things. There's good attachments on there, so it does appear that there was a valid substitute service on this. So here's what I will allow. Typically on the rule to show cause, what I do is say I authorize you to do rule to show cause, which is a subpoena under the court's direct order rather than from you. But I do always want a purge date put on there. So you will have to figure out a day when you can reschedule this and say, if you appear for this Zoom deposition, then they don't need to appear on a rule to show cause. If they don't appear and then you have, again, all the proper documentation, then a rule to show cause will be held on a certain date. And if the witness does not comply with that, then we talk about what other sanctions or remedies that might be available up to and including writ of attachments. Okay, but that's 2 steps down the line. So what I'm granting at this point is your ability to do a rule to show cause with a purge date. And any questions?
No, sir.
All right, there you go.
Paul, are you really trying to fix something? So they came up, they said that someone, not us, damaged this entire system. So it is not usable. No one in here.
All right, I was
No
looking
one-
at Spear because I saw him. I didn't do it.
No one in this trial. It was damaged prior to us moving in here. So we'll just have to make do with what we got. At least it's communicating. And
So we're not gonna have a tele.
we're not.
Okay. See, the nice thing about that is that the witness can actually do things without getting up from the chair, repositioning. What I will suggest to the parties, and I don't know if anyone has one of these or someone can procure one, but I have often found it effective if someone has a laser pointer so that the witness can sit back, kind of look at the screen, and instead of standing in front of it and doing that, can use the laser pointer to point here, there, and the other thing, and then not distract everybody else's view by them standing in front of it. So I don't know if anyone, if you have one of those, or, but that is a suggestion from the court to have them do that, and potentially they can either do it from their chair or they can stand here. Otherwise, it's been my experience, they stand right in front of the thing, they point, and then somebody's view would block.
I will try to procure one. I guess potentially, we'll deal with it.
Right, and just one that everyone would be able to use, and even when the witness isn't using it, if it's somewhere near the podium, if counsel wanted to point and say, well, I'm looking over here, and then you can direct their attention as well, and it just makes it easier than having to stand up and point directly. Just a suggestion, and it'd be nice if everyone had that ability.
I'm just thinking out loud. I don't know if you know if it's up there, but there should be like a dongle that also comes.
Yeah, no dongle on this one because I requested one. They gave me this.
Not a dongle, but.
Not a dongle, but apparently this has some control to it. I don't
Yes.
necessarily want to be in control of this, so I can leave this somewhere if you know how it works.
I do.
I will leave this over here, and
It's more just another one of those
Right.
to deal with that.
okay,
So we
I'll leave
probably
it here.
won't.
And Joe, do you know how to use that?
No, not that part.
Okay,
Not that part.
because I'm looking at my sort of tech vision here. Again, I will ask that whenever anyone is using any of the technology, if one of the parties is struggling with it, I will ask whatever party knows what they're doing to assist. That's assisting the court, not necessarily assisting a party opponent. So whatever we could do to make the technology run smoother is greatly appreciated by everyone. I'm not saying George doesn't know how to use technology, but
He should, I taught him in the last two trials.
I've decided I'm not gonna try to use it.
George, I taught you.
It's probably my bad. Yesterday, I didn't learn a thing. You tried. One of the many things I told you.
Judge, as far as openings, I do intend to use that device. I would like to have it flush with the podium so that I can just boom, boom, boom. So if we could have, if the
movable.
state isn't going to use it, if I could just have a few moments to make that happen.
I believe they are going to use it, so when they're done, we can reposition, although it needs power.
Yeah.
And I don't know,
Looking if there's a plug. Yeah, there's a plug here.
yeah,
And in advance,
maybe over here.
are you using outline again? Okay. Are you using
Is
evidence?
there one underneath there?
It's, yes, it's photographs.
Okay.
No, there's one. Oh, there's one, yeah, there's one here.
I'd like to address what he's going to show the jury before anything's been entered
Okay,
into evidence.
hold on, let's just figure out the power supply first.
So it just depends on whether the cord is long enough. The cord is not going to be long enough from over here. Do we want to unplug it now and I can test it out, or should we wait for a break and then?
Where's Alex?
She's, I think, in the restroom.
All right,
Or no, I don't actually, she wouldn't be. I don't know if she'd be back there.
she might be,
Okay,
because the juror's not there.
okay, so then she might be in the restroom.
Just as long as someone else who knows what's going on with the technology, you can pull it over and try. I mean, you might have to put it on this side rather than that side of the podium to
Fine,
make
as
it
long as
reach.
it's on one of the
or-
settings.
Someone will need to find an extension cord.
We can do that too. What are you talking about this? Yeah. This, I think this one's gonna be the closest.
I would prefer not to have where we're plugging and unplugging in front of the jury.
The judge is asking for you, I think, something to do with. Okay.
So you're using it for opening, right?
No, not for opening. I don't-
You're not using it for opening?
No, I just wanted to have it
Okay.
set up.
Mr. Kimmock wants to use it for opening, but he would like it positioned near where the podium is now. The cord that's on there now, where it's plugged in, will not fit over there, but I'm wondering if it will fit over here, but I didn't want to unplug it and make it not work all of a sudden. So can we see if it'll fit here and
So
plug?
the key is, it's very fidgety, you have to exit out of every application before we move it, and you have to turn it off before you move it, or
Okay.
it will shut down on us.
So
Thank you.
have added. So potentially, for the remaining portion of the thing, if someone can secure an extension cord, so, because primarily we would like it sitting there, but if one of the parties wants to move it over here or something, we should have a cord that's long enough that it can be moved without unplugging it.
Let's ask for added, because they promised me one in the first place.
Yeah. See what's in that budget.
Oh, that's.
All right. Good morning, everybody. We are at day one of the Xxxtentacion murder trial. Young rapper who was brutally murdered several years ago. We are working on the details of this case. I'll be honest, I know nothing about this. I don't even listen to this guy's music. We were trial surfing, originally trying to cover a different hearing from a very old trial that's got a bizarre story to it. And one of my mods said, Kev, this one's starting today. Let's try it. So I said, why not? So we're covering this. I have no idea how long this is expected to last. Jury selection, I believe, took over a week for this. We have a hearing with Judge Doro tomorrow for the Jahseh Krajewski trial.
Is this something you've seen before, or you're just...
He's idiot. Let me pause the sound for a minute. Jahseh Krajewski, she is the Visine murder suspect. Allegedly killed an elderly woman with poisoning of Visine and then stole over $200,000 from her. It is basically the female version of the Mark Jensen trial. A lot of similarities to that trial. More evidence missing. It's crazy. So we are working on getting the links so that we can stream tomorrow's hearing of that for you. And then the trial is expected to start on the 13th. So we'll see how this goes. But we will be covering the Doro trial. We are working on getting a link for that as well for the 13th. And we will let you guys know the status. Be sure to follow the Facebook page, NSM News Updates, so that you know what's going on with the Doro, Judge Doro trial thing.
Judge,
I do have some issue with you publishing something that has not been offered or admitted.
then I'll propose that after the state gives their opening, we will share what it is that we're gonna go, and if there's any objection to, if they think that there's anything that I'm going to show that's not going to be admissible evidence, we can address it at that point. But I feel very confident that everything that we're going to show is admissible and valid.
Without, at this moment, disclosing exactly what they are there any things in there that, let me put it another way. So if it appears that what the defense wishes to show at this time is going to be a state exhibit, and we want to have it pre-admitted, we could possibly do that.
I don't know how when he's not willing to show.
Well, he will be before, what we're saying, he's, I guess not, doesn't want to do it right now, but when you're done and before he talks, or we could do it right now. You just say, I was hoping to show these particular photographs. State looks at them and says, oh yes, these are ones that we're intending to offer, and if we can pre-admit them, then I see less harm in you publishing photographs that have not been formally admitted, but are being admitted by agreement of the parties. If it's a photograph of something you say, no, that's not part of my group, well, then there might be other foundational things that are gonna come up. But if it's something that the state's going to introduce,
It's hard for me to respond without knowing, and I don't understand the harm in doing it now as opposed to in the middle of.
well, since, we're getting ready to do that, I would rather not take the break and then have you go look at it, so.
Well, the harm, Judge, is that the state hasn't given their opening yet. And so from a strategic standpoint, if I show the state all the photographs and items that we intend to show during opening, that gives them essentially what our defense is before that they have given their opening. And that's not something that I want to do. And I don't think that I should have to do that. I'm willing to compromise and show the state what it is that we would like to show prior to my opening. I don't see the harm in that. I don't think I should have to do that anyways, but I understand how the court feels, and so I'm willing to do that.
Judge, I'm objecting to any photographs being shown at this point. I think it's putting the cart before the horse to say pre-admitting. I'm not going to agree to pre-admit anything. I don't know what photographs exactly. I can't operate that way and make prospective arguments based on something I have no idea. Are we talking about 2 photographs, 10, 11, 15, 20? I actually have never, in my 17 years of practicing, seen photographs shown at this stage. I'm objecting. He can choose to enter photographs if he puts on a case. That's another thing. I have no idea if he's going to put on one. So I'm not agreeing to that. So I don't have the ability to pivot in 3 minutes to change my opening. So it's trial day. So if there's something that there's a concern that I'm gonna all of a sudden change it, I just don't have the ability to pivot that way. So I'm okay with, because I know Mr. Kimmock has used like bullet points or something like that, so that's fine. But photographs, which could be prospective evidence, I am objecting to.
So I will say that in my very last trial, that was several months long, with Assistant State Attorney Ross Weiner, he spent his entire opening giving videos, and he works with this state attorney's office, giving videos and photographs and things that he expected would be introduced to trial. All of these are items that I expected would be introduced to trial.
All right, well, look, at this point, I'm willing to take a look at them right now.
Okay.
So if you want to show me right now, otherwise, the court's ruling is I'm not going to allow you to publish for the jury things which are not canonical.
Mr. Manko?
You may-
Speaking of evidence. Give me a hands up.
Okay, we will, thank you.
Judges, you're ruling that only the court is gonna view them in camera?
I'm looking at them now, though.
While that's happening, should I move this? State, you're not using this, correct? I can move this back while y'all are.
I'm not using your comment.
Rather than moving it back, we could just maybe move it right in front of the witness stand or something if you want it out of the way so you don't trip on it.
Good idea. Push.
I don't want it too far in here because there's a sidebar, but it can be right in front of the witness stand because there's no witnesses that are going to testify during opening. And then it can be moved afterwards. Perfect.
Wait, they're not in there. They're all in there. Waiting.
Stickers are priority.
We have to wait until they're not in there.
They need. Oh, okay.
Maybe as long as it let her know when they're out.
I will.
And then, yeah, they're gonna.
They gotta give us time.
It's all right.
All right, good morning again, everybody. Please make sure you share the stream out. We completely jacked up our algorithm this morning trying to find or pick and choose a trial. We uploaded a video press conference. There was a police shooting here in Milwaukee. An officer died apprehending a subject. The subject also died. So we were dealing with that, and that was in the middle of the night. And then we started to do a hearing for a very old case that's come back. And then our mods were like, no, let's do this one. So now we're on this. So please share the stream wherever you can. Help us out. We really screwed up the algorithm.
I have some concerns.
Make sure you guys hit that like
address
button.
To the objections. And
we are on Facebook and YouTube.
The purpose of opening statement is to give a roadmap of where we are going. It is not a closing argument or an argument. I don't know exactly how you propose to do this, but I'm looking at a series of pictures which have, subtle differences between it. It's one thing to say, you'll see a picture showing the scene and showing a couple, another one to say, in this one, and then we'll be asking you later to look closely at this one and at this. That's more in the lines of an argument, not a roadmap. And I'm just concerned with the volume there that you're showing what appears to be a progression of things and things that you're making more argument about rather than you will hear from a witness who will tell you this and that. And, opening statements are statements, not an argument. So,
I completely understand that, Judge, and I do not intend to make argument. I intend to offer to the jury what it is that the jury can expect to see from the evidence. And if there are arguments that are made along the way, that I'm sure that the state can.
well, the court will sua sponte shut you down. I don't know. I would prefer to avoid putting you in that spot by putting you on notice now that if you veer into argument, I will quickly shut you down. All right. Your objections?
Okay, so there's several. I'll start, I guess, with what could possibly be the easiest. Several of those proposed pictures are duplicitous. Several. Pictures of an outside of the house, which I believe is in the section of Michael's Day or something to that effect. I wasn't taking notes, but there's like half a dozen of the same thing. So that's duplicitous. Additionally, a lot of the photographs are stills taken from surveillance, which appears to be the surveillance of from Riva Motorsports, which would have been surveillance from the day of and some involving the homicide. Now, the state obviously intends to, at some point, show surveillance. However, these photographs do not, I believe, have appropriate authentication for several reasons. I don't know if the photographs have been manipulated, enlarged, if there's anything regarding the photographs that that have been photoshopped or whatever. I don't know, without having an opportunity to review it against the original. And so my objection is based on that. Additionally, there are photographs taken out of sequence of how the surveillance was recorded. Lack of foundation, rule of completeness, all of these issues that I would normally raise if defense were to try to enter it into evidence, or if I were to try to enter some doctored photographs out of order, I believe objections would be made against the state for that very reason, and I'd have to explain or have some type of foundation as to the purpose of why I'm showing it. So I'm objecting to all that. At this stage, what we have is he wants to be able to, I believe, say, or if it's going to be a roadmap, I would submit to the court its argument to say, this is what you will intend to see before we even know what the state is going to present potentially. And at this juncture, it's hard for me to even object in a way that's meaningful for the record purposes, because I don't even know if they're going to put on a case. I won't know that until they decide to announce that to the court and everybody. So this is really putting us in a precarious situation to be able to say, well, okay, we'll agree, or these are items that I may agree. That's why I'm not agreeing at this juncture.
I understand. My thought was, and again, these are clips. I don't know if these are still clips that the state had presented to the defense and said, we're entering this one. And if you looked at it and said, yeah, that's states 5 that I intend to introduce, there might be some agreement. If these are exhibits that have been created by the defense from the video, then that's a different matter as well.
This is from the video that the state provided us, that the state.
These are the stills that you made.
Yes, these are
Okay.
stills that I made from the video that the state just informed the court is going to be introducing into evidence. It has already introduced it into evidence in previous hearings. This is exactly what the jury is going to see.
No.
And I have an excuse me.
Let him finish.
And I have an absolute right. The purpose of opening statement is to present to the jury what it is that we expect that the evidence will show. And this is what we expect the evidence will show. The state's argument is like, well, I don't know if they're going to put on a case. I don't know what I'm going to put on yet. That would inhibit us from saying anything during opening statements. This is what we expect. We think it's important. This jury's going to be here for a long time. We think it's important for the jury to see what it is that will come during this case so that we can present to the jury the way that the evidence is going to be presented over the next few months. And there's nothing, Mr. Boatwright has a due process right and a right to a fair trial. There is no statute or case or anything that I am aware of that prevents any party from showing photographs, videos, audio, making the opening and multimedia presentation.
Rules of evidence. These are items that have not been entered into evidence. He intends to publish. I'm objecting.
And at this point, I'm going to sustain that objection. Again, I said if there was something that the parties agreed, if it was their photograph that they provided to you and that they said they had intended to introduce into evidence, I think it would be a stretch for them to object to say, well, no. But photographs that you have created from the video that they've presented would, before they would be published to the jury, would be subject to objection, authentication, and other, the entire rules of evidence, and I'm not going to let you republish things that have not gone through that procedure. So that's the court's ruling.
We object. I'm
And
asking.
Judge, if we could have one moment, so I can talk with co-counsel.
Well, all right. Jesus. Prosecution already is annoying. They usually are. A lot of cattiness going on between these two lawyers.
Barnes versus State, 279 Southern 3rd, 784 out of the 3rd District, in which the state showed photographs during opening statements, photographs that in fact were not even admitted during trial, and the court ruled that because opening statements are not evidence, and the purpose of opening statement is to outline what an attorney expects to be established by the evidence, that it was not error.
Can Mr. Kimmel please read the site again?
Yes. 279 Southern 3rd, 784.
I didn't hear the last part, 7 what?
84.
Thank you.
The court's ruling,
What was the name of the case again?
Barnes versus State.
Barnes.
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 Barnes. The court's ruling inhibits Mr. Boatwright's right to assistance of counsel, to due process and to a fair trial. This was the opening that we get prepared, and we object. I'm asking that the photographs be made a part of the court file, to be preserved for appellate review.
Judge, we would join in that objection on behalf of Mr. Newsom to the extent that evidence that would tend to exculpate his client would
I'm
also
sorry,
tend to
Mr. Ray,
exculpate
let's
mine.
step up and Mr. Kinnock is in the way.
Go ahead.
Sorry, take it on the top.
Okay, we would join in this objection in the prohibition of these photographs at this stage on behalf of Mr. Newsom, on the grounds that while it's not our opening statement or our intent to produce photographs at opening, we believe that any evidence that would tend to help to exculpate Mr. Kimmock's client would also inure to the benefit of our client, particularly under the principal theory.
Join on behalf of Mr. Williams.
Judge, if I could just add something regarding the exhibit, if your honors.
Give me 1 second before you respond. Thank you.
Oh, yes, no problem. I just wanted to add also, for the record, there are several pictures, particularly it looks like from social media posts that do violate this court's, prior, motion eliminating orders, regarding gang symbols and things like that, that are being displayed by, one or more of the co-defendants. So I wanted to also point that out as another reason why it's problematic, with respect to the pictures that are being shown. Has your Honor had an opportunity to review the case that's been submitted by the defense? Okay, I can print it if you need to.
Have all the modern technology.
All right.
All right, guys. Let's do a little background here real quick while we're waiting. So basically, this rapper, real name, I'm probably gonna screw this up. Jahseh Onfroy, goes by Xxxtentacion, was shot to death in his BMW while leaving Riva Motorsports, which is a motorcycle shop in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. He is known for his hit song Sad. He was 20 years old at the time of his death on June 18th, 2018. The defendants, Michael Boatwright, Diedrich Williams, and Trayvon Newsom, are all facing life in prison. Each defendant is charged with first-degree murder and is held without bail. Boatwright faces the additional charge of robbery with a firearm. An eyewitness placed 2 masked gunmen described as black males at the crime scene at the time of the incident. The defendants are accused of blocking the rapper's exit from the parking lot with an SUV before getting out of the vehicle and shooting Onfroy. Williams is also charged with robbery with a firearm and operating a vehicle without a valid license. Newsom faces additional charge of robbery with a deadly weapon. There is a 4th co-defendant, Robert Allen, who has agreed to testify against the others. So now we got more snitches. He already pled guilty to second-degree murder and robbery with a firearm and is scheduled to be sentenced on February 23rd. The vigilantes, all these guys, then proceeded to take a Louis Vuitton bag with $50,000 cash from the victim's car before making their escape. A Bank of America teller confirmed a cash withdrawal in the amount of $50,000 was made by the rapper earlier that day before heading to the motorcycle shop. Now, there are a lot of big names listed as witnesses, including Drake. We have Quavo. We have Offset. Takeoff was originally on the witness list. Takeoff is another individual that was killed. We have Tekashi 6ix9ine, Joe Budden. Big names. So apparently, there's this unsubstantiated internet rumor that swirled following Xxxtentacion's death in connection with Drake's 2017 beef over what the late artist believed to be a ripoff of his flows from breakout track Look at Me. A year after the drama, a story was posted to XXX. I don't know. Is it XXS or is it XXX? I don't fucking know, dude. I don't listen to rap. I sound so stupid right now. To his Instagram page that read, "If anyone tries to kill me," it was at Champagne Poppy, tagging Drake's Instagram handle. Whew. He then claimed his account was hacked, and 4 months later, he was killed in Deerfield Beach, Florida. So the defense plans to focus on other people with potential motives to kill the victim, including members of Onfroy's family, and then several artists that I mentioned. The biggest one being Drake. Crazy. Crazy. Onfroy also has kind of a not so bueno background, but he's a victim, so I'm not going to talk about it. If you guys want to go read his charges, have at it. It's XXX, not XXX. Okay, well, I mean, I don't know. I don't listen to the music. I don't listen to it. Crazy. Anyway, guys, help us out. Hit that thumbs up on YouTube. Please like and share the stream. Share the YouTube one for sure. If you're on Facebook watching, please share it out. We screwed up our algorithm this morning. We uploaded a press conference from a Milwaukee cop that was shot this morning. Kind of late hours, so it was like 1 o'clock in the morning. So I was trying to cover that. I've been up all night. And then we started a trial, a hearing.
Not being reversed for allowing something in.
Hang on.
Saying that the court should have let it in. Opening statements, again, are not argument. They are intended to be a roadmap. And the court has broad discretion in this area. And having had a chance to review the voluminous number of photographs, which to this point are not coming directly from the state or party opponent, and that they're agreeing to those. They're not have not been authenticated or offered for such, and the court is ruling that I'm not going to allow you to publish those potential exhibits to the jury in opening statement. And your entire packet there, I don't know if you have more than one, but if you have a secondary, will be marked as Court Exhibit 1 for purposes of appeal.
Thank you, Judge. Schedule-wise, I know that we're about to start opening, and typically after each opening, I don't know who's going to give an opening or not. Your Honor will turn to us and say, state, call your first witness. Our first witness is expected to be in my office in about 15, 20 minutes.
I doubt we'll be through all the openings.
I just wanted to let the court know, it would be possible after openings, depending on how long it takes, that we take a lunch break possibly.
Oh, well, certainly. First of all, how long did the state anticipate their opening will last?
I don't think more than 20, 25 minutes.
Mr. Kimmon?
It was going to be about an hour. Now it's probably 30 to 40 minutes.
Who's going next?
10 minutes.
10?
try to
You're
find
much
some-
more verbose than, no.
No,
I'm good with 10.
Yeah,
I'm good with 10. I'm trying to,
I really think that.
all right.
I might go 15.
All right, so all three together, we're talking about an hour and a half, give or take. Okay. Plus, there's about 15 minutes worth of my preliminary instruction that I still have to give now. So it is. We will certainly take a break before call your first witness.
Okay.
Yeah, and potentially, unless you two want to go after lunch, depending on where we're at, we might just do all this, and then, it's like 11:30-ish now, be like 1:30-ish then, try and get through this. Yes?
Thank you, Judge. Let's wait.
Well,
and see.
unless it takes longer and,
Let's wait. No problem either way, but if we go too long, if you better probably break first.
So we'll kind of play that by ear, but at least initially, we'll see if we can't get through all the openings, take lunch, and then call your first witness after lunch. Fair enough? Thank you. All right. Anything else to be brought to my attention?
Judge, I really can't, can I just sort of bathroom?
Okay, let's do that now. Also, one other thing, just let me put on the record. You're joining in or objecting to Mr. Boatwright not being able to make the opening that he did. As you have no doubt and will continue to tell, these are 3 separate trials being tried together. That's his opening, it's not yours. Yeah, they.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Why are you printing? It's okay. It's okay. Yes.
I know you're gonna remind me.
I will.
There's facts. All right.
All right. Well, this was an hour of have no idea. That was the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. Just a bunch of catty arguing prior to anything even happening. I don't know what he's going to say during opening. I object. I don't like the pictures. I object. It's crazy. Crazy. And then 10 minutes talking about lunch. We haven't even got started, folks. We haven't even got started. Crazy. Crazy. So we're on a break, I guess, waiting for, I don't know what we're waiting on at this point anymore. I'm so lost, it's not even funny. The day started with them trying to figure out how to work their electronics, where to plug things in, how to plug things in, cords not being long enough. And then we get to, okay, let's start the openings. And then the state stomped their feet and pouted because they didn't know what the defense was going to say during their opening. And then it turned into a big argument. So that's what happened. That's where we're at. 54 minutes of that. But gave us a little time to kind of get familiar with the case and break it down. So it's all kind of there. We just talked about that. Back up a little bit if you're joining in. I think it's just going to be me and you, day drinker. Me and you. That's it. That's all that's watching. So if you guys are tuned in, I mean, there's a couple people over on Facebook that don't talk. Hello, everybody. Help us out. Share this out. We screwed up our algorithm this morning. Day drinker and I were trying to figure out what case we wanted to cover. we were bouncing around, and then I lost a feed for one of the cases, so I had to stop the live and go back live, which screwed everything up even more. So we just said, you know what, screw it, forget that case. We're just going to start with this one. But so I got news now on the Judge Doro trial that's coming up. So she has another trial. You guys know her from Daryl Brooks. So that is Jesse Krajewski. So Krajewski is charged with murder for poisoning an elderly woman who she was a caretaker for with Visine. And she has 2 theft-related charges on top of that for stealing over $200,000 from that individual. Krajewski claims that the woman unalived herself with pills. So this is basically just like the Mark Jensen trial that we just got done covering in Kenosha County. So this is one in Waukesha, so about 45 minutes north of Kenosha. We are here in Wisconsin again for that case. Krajewski has a hearing tomorrow morning at 8:30. She had one yesterday. We posted kind of the update on what happened there on the Facebook page, NSM News Updates, if you're interested in that. Day Drinker, you want to help me out with Sammy over here who's new? We just broke it down, Sammy. You're about 3 minutes late. You can back up the stream and check it out. Otherwise, my mod can help you out. So now I lost my place. I don't remember what I was saying. But yeah, so she basically unalived herself with pills, is what Krajewski is saying. And they found Visine in her system. I forgot what it's called. It's like tetra something poisoning. We'll figure it out, folks. I'll get on top of it. I'm exhausted today. I've not slept. I've been up all night editing video, and then we had to cover this police officer that got shot and killed here in Milwaukee. So we uploaded a press conference. That's up on the YouTube channel. But Krajewski has a hearing tomorrow morning at 8:30, so we are working on getting the court link so we can live stream that. The trial is expected to start on the 13th at 8:30 in the morning. That trial will be live streamed. It'll be, streamed just like the Darrell Brooks trial was. So it'll be a big one. We will be streaming that trial. So we are just waiting to see what happens tomorrow with the hearing, in case there is a delay. So the defense is trying to delay some stuff. So if that motion goes through, then it may delay some stuff. So basically, with that, let me just get to that post. So they filed a motion for continuance of the jury trial and a motion for extension of trial order deadlines. They filed that on February 3rd. Arguments were made on the record for the case yesterday. And the state of Wisconsin objected to all of it, stating that the victim objects to the adjournment of the trial. So Doro is going to take the motions under advisement and give a ruling at the next hearing, which I said, again, is tomorrow morning. That's actually at 10:30. And then the trial is slated to begin on the 13th. So regardless of what's going on in this Xxtentacion trial, we are covering Doro regardless. That's happening. So as long as that trial doesn't get postponed for whatever reason, expect us live on the 13th at 8:30 in the morning, Central Standard Time. We are covering that trial no matter what. So what we'll probably do, we'll do Doro, and then we'll just have to restream this rapper's murder trial. We'll figure it out, folks. We'll figure it out. But we are definitely covering Doro. No questions. All right, so back to this for Sammy. What's up, Sammy? Welcome. So basically, the situation in this trial that you're watching right now, we are on break, first off. So the rapper, Xxxtentacion was shot to death in his BMW in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. He was 20 years old at the time. This happened in June of 2018. 3 defendants are on trial right now: Michael Boatwright, Dedrick Williams, and Trayvon Newsome. They all face life in prison. Some of the guys have additional charges. And there's also a 4th co-defendant who's agreed to testify against the guys. His name is Robert Allen. He's already pled guilty to second-degree murder and robbery with a firearm. He's scheduled to be sentenced on February 23rd. And there's tons and tons of big-name rappers that are on the witness list. So Drake is one of the biggest ones. There is some speculation that Drake may have been behind all of this, but that is an unsubstantiated internet rumor that's been swirling around. Allegedly, Xxxtentacion said on his Instagram that if anybody tries to kill him, it would be Drake, and he tagged his Instagram handle, Champagne Poppy. You have Quavo, you have Offset that are supposed to testify. Takeoff was originally on the list. Obviously, he was murdered as well recently. You have Tekashi 6ix9ine, and one of the biggest names in rap history, Joe Budden. So they are all listed on a witness list for the defense. They're going to center their case around other people that wanted this rapper killed. So that's where we are with that. And we've basically had an hour of nothing happening this morning in this trial other than two attorneys stomping their feet, pouting and arguing, and then trying to figure out how to plug in electronics. That's where we're at. There's the recap. What do you guys think? That's the recap. We are on a break. I should probably change my banner. Let's change the banner. We'll get back on top of it like we were for previous trials, guys. We will get on it. I promise. I promise. We're just up late. We'll go back to the courtroom.
Jurors are entering.
Parties may be seated. Court will come to order. The parties are present. The jury is present. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome back. I trust all of you were able to follow the court's admonishments. All right. Well, I think we should get underway now. Let me start with my introductory comments to you, and then we'll go into the openings. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected and sworn as the jury to try the case of the state of Florida versus Michael Boatwright, Trayvon Newsom, and Dedrick Williams. This is a criminal case, and the defendants have been charged with the crimes of first-degree murder with a firearm and armed robbery with a firearm. The definition of the elements of each of these crimes will be explained to you in great detail later in the trial. It shall be your solemn responsibility to determine if the state has proven its accusations beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt against the defendant. Your verdict must be based solely upon the evidence or the lack of evidence and the law. The indictment, the charging document in this case, is not evidence and should not be considered by you as any proof of guilt. Now, it'll be my responsibility to decide which laws apply to this case and to explain those laws to you. It will be your responsibility to decide what the facts of the case are and to apply the law to those facts. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined, and they do not overlap. That is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Before proceeding further, it'll be helpful if you understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, each of the attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. An opening statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during trial. I remind you now and will remind you throughout this case that what the attorneys say is not evidence, and you are not to consider any of their statements as evidence. Following the opening statements, witnesses will be called to testify under oath. They will be examined and offered for cross-examination by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits may also be produced as evidence. After all of the evidence has been presented, the attorneys will be given an opportunity to make their final or closing arguments to you. And following the arguments of the attorneys, I will give you instructions on the laws that apply to this case. Now, you've already heard this one before, and again, we're going to hear this a lot. You should not form any definite or fixed opinions of the merits of this case until you hear all the evidence, the arguments of counsel, and the instructions in the law by me. Until that time, you must not discuss this case even among yourselves. During the course of the trial, the court will take regular recesses during which you're permitted to separate and go about your personal affairs. During these recesses, you shall not discuss the case with anyone nor permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about the case. If anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence about the case, remind them you're on the jury trying the case and ask them to stop. If the individual persists, leave them at once, and in either event, immediately report the matter to one of my deputies who will advise me, and I will take appropriate actions. Also, if you see any of the attorneys, witnesses, defendants, or anyone else associated with this case in the hallway, and they walk right past you without even offering a polite acknowledgement or simple head nod, understand they are not being rude. They are, in fact, following the orders of this court. This case must be tried by you only upon the evidence presented during trial in your presence and in the presence of the defendants, the attorneys, and myself. Accordingly, you must not conduct any investigation of your own. You must not do any independent research, not about any of these defendants, not about any of these counsel, not about this particular case, or the law that might apply to such cases. Again, this includes reading newspapers, watching television, using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places that are involved in this case. And this rule will continue to apply whether you're at the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit any of the places that are mentioned during the trial or use the internet to find maps or to see pictures of any place that's discussed during the trial. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends or family members about the case or the people and places involved. So you must not let even your closest family members make comments to you or ask you questions about our trial. And in this age of electronic communication, I need to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face with anyone, you must not talk about this case through the use of an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate about the case. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or about your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, social media, or blog. Further, you must not speak with any of these attorneys, with any of our witnesses, or any of these defendants about any subject matter whatsoever until deliberations are complete. Any juror who violates these restrictions jeopardizes the fairness of our proceedings. A mistrial could result that would require the entire process to start over. A mistrial is a tremendous expense and inconvenience not only to the parties and to this court, but to the taxpayers of our county. Should you violate any of these rules, you could be held in contempt of court, face sanctions such as serving time in jail, paying fines, or both. All cell phones, computers, tablets, or any other electronic device must be turned off while you are in the courtroom. Turned off means that the phone or other device is actually off and not just in silent or vibrate mode. Now, you may use these devices during any recess, but even then you may not use your cell phone or device to find out any information about the case or communicate with anyone about the case or the people and places involved in the case. Do not take any photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of these proceedings or of any of your fellow jurors. After each recess, please double check to make sure that your cell phone or electronic device is actually turned off. At the end of the case, while you are deliberating, you must not communicate with anyone outside of the jury room, and you may not bring in with you into the jury room any cell phones, computers, or other electronic devices. If someone needs to contact you in an emergency during trial, during deliberations, during anything else, they can leave a message with my chambers, and we'll receive those messages and deliver them to you without delay. So the contact phone number has been provided for you. It's on the back of your jury card. Make sure family members or anyone who might need to get a hold of you in an emergency knows that number, because if they call your phone, it's going to be off, right? Someone will always answer that line. Now, if you'd like to take notes during our trial, you may do so. On the other hand, you're not required to take notes if you do not want to do that. That's left up to you individually. I have provided you each with a notepad and a pen for your use if you wish to take notes. And any notes that you do take are for your personal use. However, you may not take your notes with you from the courtroom. During any recesses, my court deputy will take possession of your notes, secure them, and return them to you once we reconvene. Now, after both sides have rested and you retire to deliberate, you will be allowed to take your notes with you into the deliberation room for your use in there. However, after you've reached a verdict and finished your deliberations, the deputy is going to deliver your notes to me, and I'm going to have them destroyed without looking at them. So you can rest assured no one will ever read your notes except you. If you do take notes, please do not get so involved in the note-taking process that you become distracted from our proceedings. Remember, your notes should be used only as an aid to your memory. Your memory of the events is what you should basically rely on. Whether or not you take notes, again, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by your notes or the notes of another juror should they choose to share them. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of a defendant to prove his or her innocence. And from the exercise of the defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt, and the fact that a defendant does or does not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in this manner, in any manner whatsoever. Finally, The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure. It's their duty to make all objections they feel are proper. And when an objection is made, you should not speculate on the reason why it was made. And likewise, when an objection has been sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had they been permitted to answer. And usually I like to add on at this point and say this. None of you are professional jurors, and most of the witnesses who come in are witnesses. They may or may not have ever testified in the case before. Unlike the attorneys, you folks and those folks are not trained in the rules of evidence. Now, attorneys, they receive lots of training and have spent years trying to understand what the rules of evidence allow and don't allow. And I kind of liken it to this. Do any of you have a dog or a cat at home? Are you familiar with, like with a dog, if there's a loud sound, their ears actually will go up, right? And I don't know if you've noticed, but cats, they have a pretty cool thing. They have like a telescoping ear, right? Sound comes over here, they actually move their ear to that side to go over by the sound. Yeah, funny but true that trial attorneys have become like dogs and cats. When they hear something objectionable, their ear becomes really big and it focuses in immediately, you know. And so when a question that they believe might be objectionable is asked, the ear gets big, it telescopes over, they pop up, say objection. And sometimes before I've even had a chance to rule, the person on the stand, not having the telescoping ear or the benefit of the years of practice that they've had, simply responds to the question that was asked of them because, you know, there was a dialogue going on. And if I should sustain that objection, but the witness inadvertently blurted out an answer, I'm going to ask that you disregard that answer. Now, it is often said that a bell cannot be unrung. And so I can't, you know, turn the tape back and pull that sound away from you. You've heard it. But it is not impossible for people with reasonable intelligence to disregard something once they've been ordered to do so. So I want all of you to be able to assure me that if I tell you to disregard something, first of all, forget it, put it out of your mind. And secondly, if you are in deliberations and someone should bring up something that was brought out and objected to, and that objection was sustained, and I told you to disregard, it would be incumbent upon you to tell your fellow juror, wait a minute, judge told us to disregard that, can play no role in our deliberation. And another juror say, oh, you're right, forget about that. Okay, can you all do that? I'm sure you can. All right, with those ground rules, we're ready to get underway with the opening statements. Again, this is an opportunity.
Judge, we have an objection.
You may. All right, ladies and gentlemen, again, in a moment, the council will give you their opening statements. Again, opening statements is an opportunity for the council to advise you what they believe will be presented, and remember, their statements are not evidence. But do listen carefully. Thank you. State of Florida, did you wish to open?
Yes, we do.
You may.
Good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear testimony and you're going to see evidence about 5 lives that converged on June 18th of 2018, costing the victim in this case, Jahseh Onfroy, his life. The other 4 lives that you're going to hear about are Dietrich Williams, who's on the end over there with the bow tie. You're going to hear about Trayvon Newsom, who's in the middle in gray. And you're going to hear about Michael Boatwright, who has on a turtleneck. You'll also hear about Robert Allen, who's not seated here today, but you'll hear directly from him. He'll testify, he's in custody, and he'll tell you about his role with respect to what happened and the planning and everything that happened with this homicide. Some of the evidence that you're going to hear first starts with the day before June 18th. The day before June 18th, on June 17th, around 8 o'clock at night, you're going to hear from Tanisha Clark. Tanisha Clark has a job, but makes side money by renting out her car to through an app called Turo. You'll hear how Turo is kind of like an Airbnb, but for cars. A person can put their car on the app for rental, and someone on the other end can rent directly from the person who is renting their car through Turo. Tanisha Clark, you'll hear, doesn't know the defendants. She had no connection to this case other than her Dodge Journey. She got prepared for it to be rented for 1 day. And so when she rents her car, she is greeted by Tony Robinson. You'll hear how Tony Robinson was very close friends with the defendant, Dietrich Williams. She was so close to Dietrich, she actually referred to herself as his sister. They aren't related, but they refer to themselves, she refers to herself as his sister. And so Tony, who rented cars before for Dietrich and his friends, was asked to rent the car for 1 day, not because you'll learn that the defendants wanted to go to Disney World or take some trip, but you'll learn through testimony that they wanted to be able to take the car, ride around, and rob people, that was their plan. And so Tony Robinson, when she rents out her car, is greeted by Michael Boatwright, who's on the end here, and is also greeted by Robert Allen, who you're going to hear from Robert Allen himself. They pick up the car, and by the next day, they are out riding around. And Robert Allen will tell you what the purpose was that they were all together, and he'll say that he was with all 3 co-defendants, and that together, their plan was to be able to rob somebody that day, and that they had all of the things in preparation for that. They had firearms, they had masks, and they had the capability of doing it. And so on that day, they drive to Riva Motorsports, and the day that we're talking about is June 18th. On that same day, on June 18th, the morning of, before the homicide occurs, you're going to hear how Jahseh Onfroy, who is commonly referred to as Xxxtentacion, woke up that morning, was woken up by his mom. You'll hear how he was a young celebrity rapper who gained his fame through a lot of his exposure through social media and downloads and things like that, and was very much a self-made artist who then rose up the ranks. He was wealthy as a result of his celebrity, and he also had a pregnant girlfriend who was pregnant with his first child. Jahseh that morning decided to go to the bank first. He lived out in Parkland and decided to go to Bank of America. You're gonna see some surveillance from that, and you're gonna hear from the teller who actually helped him at Bank of America because he was a regular customer. That morning, after going to the bank, his plan was to be able to go to Riva Motorsports. You're gonna hear how he's also a regular customer at Riva Motorsports. And at Riva Motorsports, he intended on purchasing motorbikes, plural, possibly one or more, and that he'd done that before, and that was something that, you know, he wanted to do for himself and his friends. On that particular day, that morning, when he went to the bank, his intention was to withdraw $250,000 in cash to be able to make the purchase later on at Riva Motorsports. The bank, you'll hear, did not have that amount on hand. And so they dispensed $50,000 to him from his account of his own money. You'll hear how later in the week, a few days later, he was slated to come back to the bank to collect the rest of the $200,000. And unfortunately, he never made it. What ends up happening after he leaves the bank, he puts the cash in what he often carried with him, which is a Louis Vuitton satchel. Also, you'll hear how his mother that day was concerned about him going to the Riva Motorsports by himself. She wanted him to be accompanied. A, because she knew, she'll tell you, that she expected for him to purchase some motorbikes and needed for him to ride back with someone to ride the motorbike and someone to be able to drive his car back, because obviously he couldn't do both. So she, you'll hear, asked a gentleman by the name of Leonard Kerr, who is related, not by blood, to the victim in that he is the uncle of Jahseh's younger brother. So Leonard Kerr accompanies Jahseh to Riva Motorsports. And Jahseh, you'll hear, is driving a very expensive car, a BMW i8, which we don't normally see on the road, so it's very easy to spot. It's a sports car that has butterfly doors and is very fast. And Jahseh himself, besides driving this very expensive sports car, is also very identifiable. Besides the fact that he's a celebrity, you'll get to see that at the time of his death, he also wore his hair in a hairstyle of blue dreadlocks. So it kind of stood out on top of everything else. And on that day, he traveled to Riva Motorsports unarmed with his, let's call him, for lack of a better term, step uncle, Leonard Kerr, to go purchase these motorbikes. And at that same time that Jahseh and Mr. Kerr are at Riva Motorsports, you'll hear how the four co-defendants in this case, the three of whom are on trial, traveled in the Dodge Journey to the same Riva Motorsports. And while two of the defendants, Robert Allen, who's going to testify, and Dietrich Williams, who's on the end with the bow tie, go inside the store to purchase neoprene masks, they spot Jahseh inside the store. And this is all captured on surveillance, so you'll be able to see this for yourself in addition to hearing testimony about it. And so when they spot Jahseh, who has the blue hair and he has a very expensive gold necklace on and his Louis Vuitton satchel, they immediately, Robert Allen and Dietrich Williams, start communicating to the two co-defendants, Trayvon Newsom and Michael Boatwright, who are still in the Dodge Journey waiting for them to come back to the car. And it's the communication, I'm not giving you exact words, but something to the effect of that they spot the victim who's inside Riva Motorsports. And they are automatically spotting the fact that he's a celebrity. And so when Dietrich Williams and Robert Allen go back to the vehicle, now all four co-defendants are in the vehicle and the actions are set in motion. You'll hear about the layout of the parking lot of Riva Motorsports. There's only 2 entrances and 1 exit. One of the 2 entrances is one way, and so you can't exit. And the second entrance is an exit and an entrance. And the entire Riva Motorsports has surveillance inside and out. And the parking lot is encased by a fence. And so they are able to position themselves just across the street, and you'll be able to see how the 4 co-defendants in the car, Dietrich Williams, who's driving, by the way, go across the street and back in their car and lie in wait for several minutes for the victim to come out. They're able to easily spot his car because there's no other car like it in the parking lot. And you'll hear how they lie in wait for the victim to come out to exit the only exit of that parking lot. And you'll hear also, more importantly, what the conversation is in the car as they get ready to rob the victim. Michael Boatwright puts on his mask. Trayvon Newsome also puts on a mask. They have hoodies. They arm themselves with firearms. Michael Boatwright gets a firearm. You'll hear how also Trayvon Newsome gets a firearm. Amongst the 4 of them, they decide who's gonna jump out. You'll also get to see the differences between the 4, because you'll note that it's very important, the physical differences between the 4. Michael Boatwright is the tallest, skinniest out of the 4. Trayvon Newsome is next as far as the height. And there's a big height difference between Michael Boatwright, Trayvon Newsome, and Dietrich Williams, who's the shortest and stocky build. You'll also be able to see that day, Dietrich Williams has tattoos. His nickname is actually Tattoo Chucky. And in addition to the fact that Dietrich Williams is very short in stature and stocky compared to the 2 gunmen, Robert Allen, you'll see, is also short, and he's also overweight, significantly overweight, and more overweight than the 3 co-defendants that are sitting here before you. You'll note that there's a difference in their height, weight, stature, the way they walk, the gait, because as you look at the surveillance, you'll note and you'll hear testimony about who is who and how the difference between the 4 co-defendants of who did what. And so when there comes a point when you're looking at the surveillance and you see 2 tall gunmen jump out of the vehicle, you'll be able to note, I submit to you, that Trayvon Newsome is one of the gunmen and that Michael Boatwright is the other gunman. And so Dietrich Williams, driving, cuts off the victim as he's trying to exit Riva Motorsports. And as just like they planned, they're able to cut off the victim so that he can't move his car without either crashing it or whatever. And the 2 gunmen jump out and immediately put guns in the victim's face and in Leonard Kerr's face. You'll hear testimony about how Leonard Kerr was able to hear what the gunmen were saying to the victim. You'll also hear testimony about how Leonard Kerr ran for his life. And so as Jahseh is there, unarmed, in the driver's seat, surprised by the 2 gunmen in this case, you'll hear how they start struggling with him, punching him, and that both of the gunmen at one point are trying to get his property from him. They're able to wrestle away from him the satchel that had the $50,000 in cash. And without any provocation, without any type of weapons or anything being used by the victim, you'll hear how Michael Boatwright fires several times, killing the victim at close range. You'll also be able to see the surveillance that shows this. Immediately after the homicide, When they leave the victim there to die, the four of them leave the scene, and then they divvy up the spoils of their robbery. You'll hear how the $50,000 is allocated between them, directed by Dietrich Williams. Who's gonna get what amount of who's gonna get what based on their participation. You'll also hear how immediately after the homicide, in addition to divvying up the spoils of the robbery, they then go on social media and start bragging about how they have all this influx of cash. You'll hear how, in addition to bragging on social media with the cash, flashing it as if it's Christmas Day, and being very, you'll be able to tell for yourself in terms of their demeanor and how they acted with the spoils of the robbery. You'll also see that shortly after, they then start to put in a plan, because by now, because of the celebrity of the victim, this was all over the news and the surveillance was all over the news. So then you'll hear how two of them immediately hit town. They go out of town to be able to try to get out of Dodge, so to speak. You'll hear testimony about where they go. You'll hear testimony from law enforcement about how all four suspects got on their radar, how they were able to be tracked by digital forensics and by some physical evidence that was found later at properties of the defendants. You'll hear in particular how even though Trayvon Newsom and Michael Boatwright are the two gunmen in this case, you'll hear how ballistics are found, some firearm ballistics are found at Dietrich Williams' home that is able to be matched to fired projectiles and some evidence that's found from the victim at autopsy and on scene, connecting him to the homicide as well. You'll hear from Riva employees who not only knew the victim, but who can identify and know that Dietrich Williams was a regular customer. They actually even knew his nickname and identify him as being one of the two people that came in that day to purchase the neoprene mask. You'll see the Riva surveillance. We'll talk about the layout of the Riva parking lot. And you'll learn exactly which defendant did what, how they helped each other to commit this crime. Williams cutting off the victim, for example, driving and making sure that the victim couldn't get away, while the two gunmen are able to accost the victim in a blitz fashion. You will also see how the defendants shoot an unarmed victim several times as he's in his car. You'll also hear about within hours of the homicide how the Dodge Journey is still found in the possession of two of the defendants, and they end up crashing it and abandoning the car in Lauderhill. You'll hear how the detectives are able to track the defendants and track the car down, ultimately tracking it back to, you'll recall, Tanisha Clark, who rented it to the victims, or excuse me, the defendants in this case. You'll hear from witnesses that the defendant spoke to before, during, and after the homicide. You will also hear from law enforcement officers, several detectives and crime scene that investigated this case. You'll get to see the evidence that was collected. You'll hear from the associate medical examiner who performed the autopsy in this case and will give you the determination that the victim died by way of homicide and the cause of death. You'll get to see autopsy photos, and as difficult as it is, and you'll understand what exactly the cause of death was and where, how the injuries led to the victim's death. You'll see crime scene photographs, you'll see video, you'll see surveillance, not only from Riva, but also when the defendants are going around and spending money, for example, at Champs or Just for Feet immediately after the homicide with the spoils of the robbery. You'll see that as well. So you will see surveillance from various parts of the investigation, physical evidence found at the properties that ties all of the defendants together. And I note that at the end of the conclusion of all the evidence that you will hear about and see, you're gonna realize that this is a tapestry that you will see woven together, puts the victim squarely in the middle of the defendant's plans and actions on June 18th, 2018, which cost the victim his life. And at the conclusion of this evidence, you'll find that Dietrich Williams, Michael Boatwright, and Trayvon Newsom are guilty of first-degree murder and guilty of armed robbery in this case. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Counsel, Mr. Boatwright, you wish to open?
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. Finally. For over 4.5 years, Michael has been accused of a terrible murder that he did not commit. For 4.5 years, he has had this accusation branded about across our community and across the world. And finally, Michael is getting his day in court. Michael Boatwright is not guilty. The police in 2018 arrested the wrong man. On behalf of Michael, on behalf of his family, on behalf of the entire team, we thank you for being jurors in this case and for your attention. I want to start by talking about the things that I think we agree on, the things that we know about this murder. June 18th, 2018, Jahseh Onfroy decided he was going to go to a place called Riva Motorsports to buy a bike. We know of only 2 people he told of his intentions: his mother, Cleopatra Bernard, and his girlfriend, Genesis Sanchez. His mother asks a man named Leonard Kerr to go with him. And you will hear that she had never done this before, that this was a new decision that she had made. But Leonard Kerr goes along with Mr. Onfroy. You will hear that Leonard Kerr and Cleopatra Bernard, again, Mr. Onfroy's mom, go to the bank in Coconut Creek, the Bank of America, together. There they meet Mr. Onfroy. Mr. Onfroy takes out $50,000 in cash, and Mr. Kerr and Mr. Onfroy then proceed to Riva Motorsports. You will see the video of Mr. Onfroy and Mr. Kerr arriving at Riva Motorsports. You will see the BMW that Mr. Onfroy is driving pull into the parking lot. You will see the 2 of them walking into the store together. You will see the 2 of them conversing with folks within the store, mostly Mr. Onfroy. Shortly after Mr. Onfroy and Leonard Kerr arrive at Riva Motorsports, you will see a Dodge Journey also arrive at that location. It's a few minutes later. And you will see on the surveillance video 2 men get out of that Dodge Journey. One of them was Dietrich Williams. One of them was a man named Robert Allen. You will see them on the video very clear as day. That is the 2 men who get out of the car, the Journey. You will see them walk into Riva Motorsports, and you will see the 2 of them essentially go through multiple rooms in Riva Motorsports. And you will see the 2 of them go to a cash register, kind of near the back of the store, where Dietrich engages with the clerk to buy a mask. You will see on the video, while the two of them were there, Diedrich sees somebody that he knows. Sees a man named Keith Grayley, a man who is tall and who is skinny. And you will see the interaction that the two of them have together. And it is an elongated interaction that these two men have together. Eventually, you will see Diedrich effectuate the purchase of the mask, and you will see the three of them, Diedrich Williams, Keith Grayley, and Robert Allen, leave the store together. At this point, you will see Robert Allen and Diedrich Williams go back towards the Dodge Journey, and you will see Keith Grayley kind of walk off across the parking lot. I'm going to ask you to pay very close attention during the video of that man, Keith Grayley, and everything that he does that is captured on surveillance video. In any event, you will see the Dodge Journey then pull out of the Riva parking lot and go across the street. At no point will you see Michael Boatwright on surveillance video. You won't see them. You won't see anything that looks like Michael Boatwright. It doesn't exist. You won't see it. You will see the Dodge Journey at that point go essentially back into a parking spot across the street where there is a home. And you will see the Dodge Journey sit there for an extended period of time. Meanwhile, Mr. Onfroy and Mr. Kerr are still in Riva Motorsports. They're still, I guess, discussing whether they're going to buy something. And the Dodge Journey sits there. But it doesn't just sit there and nothing happens. Two very important things happen while the Dodge Journey is in that spot across the street. One, a second car pulls up and parks next to the Dodge Journey. And you will see that on the surveillance video. You will see someone get out of that second vehicle, and you will see that person open up the trunk and remove something from the trunk. Now the view is blocked a little bit. There's trees there, so it's not easy to see. You can't see who that person is. You can't see anything about them. But what you will see is somebody get out of the car, somebody open the trunk, and then him or her kind of move around there in that area. You will then see a third vehicle come, and at this point, we've got the Dodge Journey and we've got an SUV that are kind of parked next to each other. You will see a third vehicle come and park in the street behind those first two vehicles. And you will see some sort of interaction between somebody from those two vehicles and the third vehicle that pulls up directly behind it. Again, at this point, we're using Riva surveillance video, and it's capturing something both across the parking lot and across the street. So it's small. You can't see faces, but you will see very distinctly those three separate cars there across the street. Meanwhile, you will see that Mr. Onfroy apparently decides not to buy a bike, or decides to leave at that point to do something else before buying a bike. We don't know. But you will see Mr. Onfroy and Mr. Kerr walk out of Riva, go towards their BMW. The Journey is still across the street. You will see the BMW go to exit the Riva Motorsports parking lot area. And you'll see there's essentially, there's like the driveway to come out, and and there are these fences on either side of the driveway. Just as the BMW comes to pull out to leave, you will see the journey come out of the parking spot that it's in, and you will see the journey come and park directly in front of the BMW, essentially pinning it in. And in the next few seconds is when Mr. Onfroy lost his life. You will see two masked gunmen get out of the journey. You will see them both go into the driver's side door, the driver's side window. The window was down. And you will see there is a struggle between both of those masked gunmen and Mr. Onfroy. Right? And the struggle, it lasts a number of seconds. This isn't a bang bang thing. There is a back and forth that you will see on that video between both of those masked gunmen and Mr. Onfroy. And you will see very clearly that they all make physical contact with one another. And that's going to be important for something later on. You will see Mr. Kerr, who was in the passenger seat, almost from the moment that the gunman got out of the van, you will see Mr. Kerr flee. You'll see him, the door flies open and he runs away. You'll see there's a struggle. You'll see one of the gunmen go around to the other side of the BMW. So now there's two people on essentially either side of Mr. Onfroy. And at that point, you will see a gunman take a step back and fire at Mr. Onfroy. The two gunmen then get back into the journey. The journey leaves the area. At no time will you see Mr. Goldbright, because he wasn't there. You will not see the faces of either of those gunmen. You will not see any identifying characteristics of those gunmen. And I want to be very clear about, with Mr. Boatwright's trial, the question that you are going to be asked. You will see two people from that journey go into the store, Dedrick Williams and Robert. Neither of those are Michael Boatwright. The state is going to try to convince you that one of those masked men was Michael Boatwright. They won't be able to do that.
Objection argumentative.
The evidence will not show that because Michael wasn't there. The evidence is going to show on June 18th of 2018 at 4 o'clock, Michael was home. He was asleep in his bedroom at 1617 Northwest 15th Street in a home that he shared with his grandmother. He was not at Riva Motorsports, and he was not in that Dodge journey. You will see.
Objection, gentlemen, please no sidebar.
Council may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. So, as I was saying, at 4 o'clock, June 18th, 2018 is the time of this murder. At that time, Michael was home at 1617 Northwest 15th Street in Fort Lauderdale. He was at home at the home that he shared with his grandmother, a woman named Nadine Isaac. You will see, let's talk about the Dodge Journey and what happens with that Dodge Journey after it leaves Riva Motorsports. You will see the Dodge Journey appear on surveillance video a number of different times in different parts of the county after the murder. You will see, the first time you will see it appears at 4:25 p.m. You will see the Journey pull up on a road next to an apartment complex called the Driftwood Apartments. And you will hear that that is the area where Robert Allen, again, the man that we see in the surveillance video with Diedrich, where Robert Allen lived at that time. But you will see the Journey doesn't turn into Driftwood Motorsports. You will see that it turns away, doesn't turn into the Driftwood apartment complex. It turns away from the Driftwood. And you do not see the Journey again for another hour. And it was in that hour between 4:25 and 5:30 that Michael comes into the picture. The Journey went to a number of different places, but it went to Michael's home. And Michael, at that point, came into the came into the Journey. And you will hear that that was because Robert Allen asked him to park the Journey at the Driftwood apartment complex. And at 5:30, you will see the Journey pull into the Driftwood apartments. You will see it park at the Driftwood apartments, and you will see two men on surveillance video get out of the Journey. This is now an hour and a half after the homicide. And you will see the two men that get out of the Journey at that point. One of them is very clearly Michael Bilbray. You'll see that he's wearing shorts, he's wearing a t-shirt, he's wearing a backwards cap. You will see him walk right in front of the surveillance video at between 5:30 and 5:31 p.m. Now you will hear that Michael's home is just a very short few miles away in Fort Lauderdale from the Driftwood apartment complex. They're close together. And you will see that when Michael is on that surveillance video, that neither him nor the man that he is with are carrying anything that looks like a gun. They're not carrying anything that looks like money. They're not carrying anything that looks like a Louis Vuitton bag. You will get to see Michael's demeanor as he's very kind of lazily walking on that sidewalk. It is not the video of a man who has just committed a murder. The evidence will show that night that Michael was with, at different parts of that night, both Robert Allen and Trayvon Newsom. The evidence will show that Michael took some very stupid photographs with some money that Robert Allen had. I don't want to hide that from you. You will absolutely see those photographs. And the evidence will show that at some point, Michael learned that someone named Xxxtentacion had been shot and killed. And you will see that much later that Michael starts to get nervous about the fact that he moved the car, that he handled some money after the homicide occurred. And you will see in his phone, from his phone download, that he Googled accessory to murder. Accessory to murder. And I submit to you that those searches in the phone are very strong evidence of Michael's innocence. The state is alleging that he was the shooter in this case. And yet the evidence will show that his phone searched the term accessory to murder. He knew he had been in the journey at both before and after the murder. And he knew that he had moved the journey after the murder. So in his mind, he starts to have questions about what accessory to murder means. 2 days later, June 20th, 2018, Dedrick Williams is arrested. And Robert Allen, who knows he's also on the surveillance video, starts wondering, could I be next? And Robert asks Michael to go to Georgia with him. And the two of them go to Georgia together. You heard in the state's opening, they said two men went to Georgia. Robert and Michael went to Georgia together. And you will hear that Robert Allen, who knew that he had been on that surveillance video and knew that what his role in this homicide was, you will hear that he stayed up in Georgia. And law enforcement had to come get him up in Georgia. Michael did not. Michael came home. He came back. When he gets Robert up there, he comes back to Fort Lauderdale, and he comes back to 1617 Northwest 15th Street in the home that he had been living in. You will hear on July 5th of 2018, Michael is pulled over by police. He is arrested, and he is eventually charged with this murder that he did not commit. Let's talk a little bit about how the police got there. All right? I want to talk about their investigation. I will remind you that this was the summer of the Broward Sheriff's Office that was investigating this homicide. This was the summer of 2018. Scott Israel was the sheriff. And the Broward Sheriff's Office was under an extraordinary amount of pressure to solve this crime. Their credibility as an institution was at stake. And then all of a sudden we have a celebrity who has been murdered. And they wanted to solve that crime as quickly as they possibly could. So BSO sees the surveillance video in Riva, and they learn that a Instagram account by the name of Tattoo Man Chucky has is Dedrick's Instagram account. And they see that the person in the surveillance video is wearing these very distinct orange slides. Orange, they're like Crocs or sandals, but very distinct orange. And police see on Instagram, Dedrick Williams has these very distinct orange slides. And police go to Dedrick's house. They search his house, they search his car, and they arrest Mr. Williams. The entire search of Dedrick's house, they do not find anything linking Michael Boatwright. The entire search of Dedrick's car, they do not find anything linked to Michael Boatwright. It is at this point that police learn three very important facts. One, they learn that the woman who actually rented that Dodge Journey, the Journey that we see in the surveillance video, was a woman named Tony Robinson. And she tells police that the day before the murder, that she was with two other individuals who rented the car with her. She says one of them was Robert Allen. She says one of them was someone named Boatwright. So that was essentially instance one for BSO regarding someone named Boatwright. Two, police searched Dedrick Williams' cell phone. And in Dedrick Williams' cell phone, they find a name, Lil Boat, with the phone number 754-207-1410. And third, the reason that Michael sits in this chair is police get the phone records for 754-207-1410. And those phone records ping to a tower near Riva Motorsports. And from there, with BSO, it was full-on tunnel vision. The phone that Michael used was at the scene of the crime. He must have been there. And so on July 5th, 2018, Michael's in a car. He is stopped. He is arrested. There are two phones that are found in his possession, and police search one of them that has the number 754-207-1410. In this phone, they find some photos that Michael had taken after the murder, and they find these Google searches. And that was essentially the case against Michael Boatwright for 4 years. It was the phone, and it was the photographs. It assumed a whole number of things. It assumed that that phone was actually in Michael's possession at the time of the murder. And it assumed that only someone who had committed a murder would be searching about Xxxtentacion, this celebrity who had just been murdered in Broward County, and most of Broward County had heard about it. In fact, there was evidence that police ignored about the phone. There was evidence that that phone was not in Michael's possession that day. And that comes from two very important sources. One was Tony Robinson. Tony Robinson is the woman who rented the car. And she told police that after the Dodge Journey was in a crash, she received a phone call from Boatwright, not from Boatwright's phone. She says that she received a call from Michael Boatwright, who was using Robert Allen's phone on June 18, 2019. And you will see evidence in that phone that a number of other men have used that phone before. That this was a phone that was used by multiple people in Michael's community, that it was not just Michael's phone. But police ignored that. They had this location information, they had these photographs, and they had a crime that they needed to that they needed to solve in a short period of time. And Michael was arrested. And that's where the case stood for 4 years, until last year, the state made Robert Allen. They said, if you plead guilty and you testify against Michael, we will change your charge from murder in the first degree to murder in the second degree. And you will be able to one day get out of prison. Robert Allen is the only person that you will hear from that puts Michael Boatwright at Riva Motorsports on June 18th, 2018. And he has a whole host of reasons to lie. In law school, they teach us don't promise something in opening statement that you can't deliver on during the trial. let me be very clear. If Robert Allen testifies in this case, he will lie. And we will prove that he is lying. Police ignored an extraordinary amount of evidence that Michael was not the killer, was not involved in this case. A day after his arrest, BSO searches Michael's home. They go through that home with a fine-tooth comb. They pull out a whole bunch of stuff from the home. They do not find a murder weapon. They do not find lots of money. They take a whole bunch of clothing, pants, shirts. None of that has any of Jahseh Onfroy's DNA on it. The police process all of the BMW. So they take the BMW that Mr. Onfroy was in, they tow it back to their facility, and they process that whole thing. And you will see that Mr. Boatwright's fingerprints aren't on the outside of that BMW. They are on the inside of that BMW. Mr. Boatwright's DNA is not on the outside of that BMW, is not on the inside of that BMW. Nothing on the BMW links to Michael Boatwright. You will hear that police processed Mr. Onfroy's body, all right, his clothing. They took swabs from underneath his fingernails. They could see that he had been struggling with both of the masked men in this case. And you will hear that Michael's DNA is nowhere to be found. You will hear, again, the murder weapon in this case was never found. You will hear that no money was ever found in Michael's possession. Police, you heard during the state's opening that Leonard Kerr could hear the men who were masked making demands of Jahseh Onfroy. Could hear his voice clearly. Police never did any kind of voice lineup with Leonard Kerr to try to match it in any way to Mr. Boatwright. You will hear that right after the murder, in the moments after the murder, police received a number of leads as to who had committed this murder that were never followed up on. You will hear that police searched Mr. Onfroy's phone. That the phone that had been in Mr. Onfroy's possession was taken, it was downloaded, and it was searched. And you will see that there are a number of items in that phone that should have caused red flags to any thorough investigator that police did not follow up on. You will hear that police did extensive social media research on all four of the people that were charged in this case. In particular, you will see that police looked at Dedrick Williams' Instagram account. It's a very voluminous Instagram account. And there are a number of people that Dedrick posts with in photographs. There are a number of tall, young men that Dedrick was clearly close with, that he posted with, that he posted in photographs with. None of those men are Michael Boatwright. And you will hear about a man named Sherrod Clayton. Police learned that Sherrod Clayton was babysitting Dedrick Williams' kids at the time of this murder. And you will hear the police interviewed Sherrod Clayton. You will see that Sherrod Clayton is a tall young man. And you will hear that that Sherrod Clayton told police that in the hours after the murder, Dedrick Williams came home, and that he came home with a number of other men. And when police showed Sherrod Williams a picture of Michael Boatwright and said, "Is this one of the men that was with Dedrick after the murder?" He said no. He emphatically said no. And the police ignored him. The state is going to be able to show a number of things. They're going to be able to show that Michael had contact with that journey, that he was in that journey, both before and in the day before the murder and after the murder. They're going to be able to show that a phone that he sometimes used was at the scene of the crime at the time of the murder. And they're going to be able to show that Michael had spent time with Trayvon and Dedrick and Robert Allen after the murder. But that little bit of smoke doesn't cause a fire that can be used to convict Michael Boatwright. The state will not be able to prove to you that Michael himself was present at Riva Motorsports and that Michael himself participated in any murder. You're going to hear a lot of information in this trial. The quantity of that information will be extraordinary. Right? You've already heard a lot of information from me. Right? The judge will tell you at the end of this trial that it isn't the amount of information that you hear, but it is the quality of that information. And for all of the information that the state will present, there will not be any hard evidence of any quality that Michael was involved in this murder. The overwhelming question that you are going to have to answer is this: are you sure, beyond all reasonable doubt, that Michael Boatwright was at Riva Motorsports on June 18th, 2018, and that he participated in this murder? They won't be able to prove that to you because he wasn't there. And at the end of this case, the only true verdict based on evidence and on the law and on justice will be one of not guilty. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we get to the next opening statements, we're going to take about a 5-minute comfort break so the parties can use the restroom and what have you. We are going to finish the last 2 opening statements if they wish to do so, and then we'll break for lunch. But we'll take about a 5-minute comfort break here, which you can do back in that spacious jury room, but when you're ready to come out, let the deputy know that you've all had a chance to use it if you wish, and then we'll proceed again. It'll probably be about another 30-40 minutes, and then we'll break for lunch. All right. Before you run out, be seated. I didn't want to put something on the record.
All right, court is on a short comfort break. I think we need some comfort over here. All right, if you guys are just tuning in, so this morning was interesting already. Just a recap for you. It started off with, where do I plug the cord? My electronics need electricity. Is this the right cord? Don't trip over that cord. That's how it started. then turned into the state objecting to the defense's opening statement before they even did opening statements because she didn't know what the defense was going to say. Bizarre. Now, background on this case. So it has been almost 5 years since Xxxtentacion was shot and killed in his BMW in Fort Lauderdale outside of Riva Motorsports, which is a motorcycle shop. If you guys don't know this rapper's music, he's kind of famous for his hit song called Sad. He was 20 years old when he was shot and killed June 18, 2018. Defendants in this case are Michael Boatwright. So you just saw his attorney. And then you have Dedrick Williams and Trayvon Newsome, all of which are facing life in prison if convicted. Each defendant is charged with first-degree murder and is held without bail. Boatwright faces an additional charge of robbery with a firearm. An eyewitness placed 2 masked gunmen described as black males at the crime scene at the time of the incident. The defendants are accused of blocking the rapper's exit from the parking lot with an SUV before getting out of the vehicle and shooting Xxxtentacion. Williams is also charged with robbery with a firearm and operating a vehicle without a valid license. Newsome faces an additional charge of robbery with a deadly weapon. There's a 4th co-defendant. You've heard his name already, Robert Allen, who's agreed to testify against the other 3. He has already pled guilty to second-degree murder and robbery with a firearm. He's scheduled to be sentenced on February 23rd. Now, the alleged defendants then proceeded to take a Louis Vuitton bag that was filled with $50,000 cash from the victim's car before making their escape. So a Bank of America teller confirmed that a cash withdrawal in the amount of $50,000 was made by the rapper earlier in the day because him and his uncle were trying to buy some motorcycles. They needed $250,000, but they could only take out $50,000. The defense plans to focus on other people with potential motives to kill the victim, including members of Onfroy's family. So that's Tentacion's last name. Several very famous musicians are listed as witnesses. So you have Drake being one of the biggest ones. You have Quavo, Offset, Takeoff, who was on the list. He has also just recently been murdered. He was with Migos. Then you have Tekashi 6ix9ine and Joe Budden. You guys might know Joe Budden's name if you're an Eminem fan. Eminem destroyed Budden in a diss song. So this there's a unsubstantiated internet rumor that swirled following Xxxtentacion's death in connection with Drake's 2017 beef over what the late artist believed to be a ripoff of his flows from breakdown track Look at Me. Year after that drama, a story was posted to XXX's Instagram page that read, "If anyone tries to kill me, it was Champagne Poppy," which is Drake's Instagram handle. Xxxtentacion claimed his account was hacked, but 4 months later, he was killed in Deerfield Beach, Florida. Now, in the pretrial hearings, the defendant's attorneys suggested there were others who had financial and personal motives for killing the singer, including members of his family and other rappers. Again, one of the biggest ones, Canadian superstar Drake. The two had online beefs, which we just talked about. Circuit Judge Michael Usan, that's the judge that we're seeing in this trial, said that for any of the rappers to be called as witnesses, the defense would have to show something more substantial linking them to the shooting than just that they were feuding with Xxxtentacion. Usan recently rejected an attempt by Boatwright's attorney, Joseph Kamak, to have him declared mentally incompetent to stand trial. He also rejected a motion by the defendant's attorneys to try the three of them separately. They argued that evidence presented against just one defendant would be prejudicial to the other two. They also argued that each defense attorney could try to establish his client's innocence or mitigate his guilt by pointing fingers at the other two suspects. What a nightmare. Which they argued would unfairly prejudice the jury against the trio. Prosecutor Pascali, I can't say this name, Achille, I don't know, told the judge that any evidence presented would pertain to all three. Usan ruled the defense attorney's arguments could apply in all trials where there are multiple defendants, but in this case they don't outweigh the needs of judicial economy to not hold three trials if not absolutely required. Xxxtentacion, whose real name is Jahseh Onfroy, had just left Riva Motorsports in suburban Fort Lauderdale on June 18th with a friend when his BMW was blocked by an SUV that swerved in front. Two masked gunmen emerged, confronted him at the driver's window, and one shot him. They then grabbed a Louis Vuitton bag with $50,000. Xxxtentacion died at the hospital shortly after. He was a platinum-selling rising star who tackled issues including prejudice and depression in his songs. He also drew criticism over bad behavior and multiple arrests, including charges that he severely beat and abused his girlfriend. So he was had a trial slated for that prior to his untimely death. Investigators say surveillance video from the store and other evidence links the three defendants and Allen to the killing. They say video shows the SUV arriving at the motorcycle shop just as Xxxtentacion and his friend entered. Williams and Allen followed them inside, with Williams making a small purchase. They then walked back to the SUV. About 10 minutes later, Xxxtentacion and his friend tried to leave, but the SUV blocked them. Prosecutors say Boatwright and Newsome were the gunmen who confronted the rapper, with Boatwright firing the fatal shots. Investigators say Boatwright's fingerprints were found on the driver's door of the rapper's BMW. Williams was identified by a Riva Motorsports clerk who said he was a regular customer. Williams told investigators he did not know the other three were planning a robbery. Search of Williams' social media showed photos of him with Allen, who was then identified from the surveillance video. Williams' girlfriend told investigators that he told her that the other gunman was Newsome. They say cell phone data also links the defendants to the scene. Photos of Boatwright and Newsome holding up large amounts of $100 bills time-stamped on the night of the killing were also found on their phones. That is the breakdown of the case. Another whodunit. So, never take pictures after the crime. That's another lesson. Don't take pictures after the crime, and don't wear slides. If you wear slides, you're going to jail. That's just how it is. Don't wear them. Plus, they're stupid looking anyway. Don't wear them. So, we are on break. Oh, it's a long 5-minute break. Make sure you guys like and share the stream out. Let's see, this week. So, tomorrow morning, we have Jessie Krajewski. She is accused of killing an elderly woman who she was a caretaker for using Visine. You know, that stuff that you drop in your eyeballs to get rid of the redness after you've smoked some of that wacky tobacco. We pour it in our eyeballs, and apparently if you ingest it into your stomach, it will make you run to the bathroom, and if there is too much, it is poison and it will kill you. She's accused of poisoning an elderly woman and also stealing over $200,000 from her. Krajewski claims that the elderly woman was, having lots of thoughts of unaliving herself, and that's what really happened. They found crushed pills all over the place.
Based on co-counsel's comments during his opening, some of it could have been construed as prejudicial against my client, and I would move to separate.
Krajewski has a tendency to have some outbursts in the courtroom when she doesn't like what she hears, which is,
Okay, I mean,
just
this
like
is
what
not
Daryl Brooks
anything
did.
that we
So
didn't
this will
already
be
know,
back in front of Judge Doro.
with respect to
The hearing tomorrow is on some
critically
issues to
intertwined
delay the trial.
evidence.
We'll find out if it gets granted or not. It doesn't sound like it will,
including
but
what
I'm not an
potentially
attorney.
Warren
We are trying to get the link for that hearing so we can live stream that. That's at 10:30 tomorrow morning. If we can't, no big deal. We'll let you guys know on Facebook what the status is. The trial is expected to start on the 13th. I'm sure that's jury selection. We are waiting to get word if jury selection will be live streamed. If not, if it is, we'll definitely be there. We'll live stream. If it's not, we will be there for day one of the trial. Regardless of what's going on with this trial, we are covering Doro, no matter what. So make sure you guys like and share the stream. Hit that thumbs up on YouTube if you're watching. On YouTube, spam the chat with little thumbs and hearts over on Facebook. Share it out. And if you like the coverage that we do when we do these trials, there are some links in the pinned comment. Please help us. Donations are always appreciated. It helps with continuous coverage, and we need it more than ever right now, folks. If you guys are interested in like the Kenosha riots, we just put out an article on the curfew, on the truth behind it, what really happened. So you can go to our website, Never.Stop.Voices.com, and you can read that article. Bizarre. The truth is always crazy. Yeah, Giselle, apparently it's kind of common. I mean, we used to do it as a practical joke to people. But yeah, apparently if you ingest too much, I forgot what it's called. It's like tetrahydrazine, tetra something. See if I can find the title. So tetrahydrozoline. Tetrahydrozoline. Oof, I'm gonna have to say that. Tetrahydrozoline poisoning.
All right. You're the one person I can't actually see because the monitor.
It's a form of medicine called imidazoline. I can't speak medical stuff. But imidazoline. Whatever. So it's a type of medicine found in over-the-counter eye drops and nasal sprays. Tetrahydrozoline poisoning. Yeah, it'll give you the runs. Like if you pour some drops of it in somebody's drink, make some go to the bathroom. But apparently using a lot of it can unalive somebody. So don't do that. No more practical jokes with Visine. Don't do it.
Parties may be seated. Court will come to order.
All right, here we go. Back in court, guys.
Back. Councilman Williams, do you wish to make an opening?
Yes, sir, thank you so much.
You may.
It's, good afternoon, how are you guys? We met before in Wadire. I want to take this opportunity again to thank you guys for your sacrifice and for your attention on behalf of Diedrich and on behalf of my entire team. I really thank you for your sacrifice and for your attention. This case, I was retained on this case almost immediately. So on June 19, 2018, I had the opportunity to, as many criminal defense attorneys and prosecutors that handle homicide cases, I was able to go to Riva. So first thing I did, I went to Riva. And when I got to Riva, is the first time that I understood exactly Mr. Onfroy's impact. When I got there, there was an entire block of candles and pictures, and I'm talking about the entire block. And I knew who he was because even though I'm 50 and I like rap music and stuff, I knew who he was. I knew of his music, but I really, until I got involved in this case, I didn't understand exactly what type of an international celebrity he was and what type of impact he had. Now, you as jurors can be saying, well, what does that have to do with anything? And I understand that idea because at the end of the day, a life is a life. And my life is equivalent to anybody else's life, no matter who you are, even if you are an international celebrity. But the issue is, and what you're going to see in this case, is that when it comes to law enforcement and the way that law enforcement deals with certain cases, it does matter. And they do investigate it differently. And as the case progresses, the evidence will show you that law enforcement took different steps that they wouldn't take if it was me or you or any other person. Now, to properly set the stage, and I know Mr. Kimok touched on it, and some of the stuff, I'm going to try not to be duplicitous, but forgive me if I do touch on certain topics because we are involved in a similar case. To set the stage for you, it's 2018, and he kind of touched on it. February of 2018 was the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas tragic school shooting.
I'm going to object to these comments. Not relevant and also smart.
Overruled.
Like I was saying, that was a horrific, tragic incident that affected Broward County. It affected the citizens of Broward County. It affected BSO. So when you're talking about a law enforcement agency with their back against the wall and with the whole world already watching, that's where they were at in February of 2018. Then all of a sudden, arguably one of the most famous entertainers literally in the world is killed in Broward County. That's where BSO was. That's where Broward County was. And all of a sudden, they need to figure this out quickly because it affects everything. And the evidence is going to show that their way to figure it out quickly is they give this case to Detective Curcio, and you're going to meet him. And he's a very experienced detective. As a matter of fact, he's the same detective that was handling the Marjorie Stoneman shooting, which we'll get into that when he's on the stand. But what they do is they try and wrap it up really quick. and I compare it to a gift wrap. Not just a regular gift wrap. I'm talking about the kind you get at Macy's, the professionally done one. That's what they want to do to make it look really nice, and so that the detective can take it to his division chief, and then it goes up the chain of command to the captain, and then that little gift wrap box, the solution to the problem, goes to the state attorney's office, eventually gets assigned to an ASA, and eventually they bring it to you. But as jurors, your job is to really look in the box and find out exactly what happened in this case. And you're gonna see that when Mr. Kimmock was talking about tunnel vision, this case was all about tunnel vision. Okay, now, many cases that I've had, from the beginning of my career, doing misdemeanors, federal cases, state cases, prosecutors, they love to come in here and they put on their phone pointer finger, the kind you get at the Marlin Stadium.
Objection,
And the-
argumentative, Judge.
One more, what do you anticipate they will see?
So, as jurors, just because they're saying that someone did something, your job is to really look at the evidence and find out if they did it or not. Now, the positive thing for you all and for Dietrich is that there's different types of evidence. There's testimonial evidence, which you're going to see people testifying, taking the stand, swearing to tell the truth, and testifying. There's circumstantial evidence, okay? And then there's something like video evidence. And the good thing about video evidence is that you all, sitting here, can look at a video and you don't need ASA Shields or you don't need Detective Curcio to tell you what a video is. You have two eyes and you can figure it out. And in this case, and the evidence will show, when you look at that video, okay, and you're gonna see how Detective Curcio testifies, I want you all to remember this moment and to think about the distinctions in what a seasoned homicide detective is telling you, what a video shows, and what you all are looking at, and see the distinction and ask yourself why. Why would a seasoned homicide detective make those distinctions and testify that way when I'm seeing with my own two eyes? And you're gonna figure out that it's part of the gift wrap, the solution. Let's figure this out quick, because we need to give everybody, the whole world, a solution, a resolution to the nightmare that was when Mr. Onfroy was killed. Because no doubt about it, for Broward County, for everybody involved, it was a nightmare. Now the video, it's gonna show Dietrich there, okay? You're gonna see it for yourself. Now, what the prosecution has hitched their wagon to, okay, is Robert Allen. And Mr. Kimmock also touched on Robert Allen. And I'm here to tell you that Robert Allen, first of all, he sat in jail for 4 years. It's not like if that guy was like, all of a sudden wanted to, hey, I'm gonna do the right thing. No, he sat in jail for 4 years, okay? And then eventually he came forward and he's giving multiple different versions of what occurred. And when you finally see him testifying and you finally see us cross-examine him, remember and ask yourself, can I convict Dietrich if I don't believe Robert Allen? The answer is no. Robert Allen is the one that puts him in the car. Robert Allen puts him behind the wheel. Robert Allen satisfies a lot of what the prosecution needs. And the fact that they need that from him, judge him for yourself. Judge him for yourself, listen to him, and then you ask yourself if I can believe him and whether or not I can convict someone on his testimony. The video, which Mr. Kimmock he was pretty thorough about his explanation of the video. The next time you see that dog, it's in an accident. And it's in an accident like it got T-boned by another car. Totally unexpected. Was my client in the car? No, my client's not in the car. Now, tunnel vision is a very dangerous thing in prosecuting cases and in law enforcement investigation. Why? Well, I compare it to driving a motorcycle, which I never have done. My mom never let me do it, but like driving a motorcycle, I'm envisioning like a really fast one. You're trying to get from point A to point B in the fastest amount of time. So what happens? You lose everything in the peripheral, okay? And what happened in this case is that they did that. They wanted to solve the case, resolve the case, close the case so quickly that they refused to listen to any other evidence that didn't comport with what they wanted, what they believed, or what they wanted their narrative to be. The evidence will show.
That's argumentative.
Got it.
What the evidence will show. I got you.
So listen, you're gonna hear from Detective Curcio, and I'm gonna cross-examine him, and I'm gonna get a lot of things out. But for instance, when they around 2021, the evidence will show that Tanel Carter, Diedrich's ex-girlfriend, came forward and said, "Hey, I want to make sure that you guys know that Diedrich wasn't driving. Now, she basically was altering her statement. And you would say to yourself, wow, that's big, right? That's a big thing, because this is a very important case. This is, as you can imagine, one of Broward County's more important cases, simply because it involves a celebrity, which it shouldn't be, but it is, okay? And you have one of their main witnesses, one of the witnesses that they're relying on to put him in the car, that they're relying on to put him behind the wheel. She comes forward, and the testimony will show, and the evidence will show that they didn't do anything. They didn't bring her in to re-interview her, to talk to her, nothing. Because it didn't comport with the narrative that they wanted to pursue, okay? In the same breath, before X died, he said, if anybody kills me, it's Drake. And do you think that for one moment, here today, days after the event, he's killed by 2 masked men, right? He came on social media and said, guys, before he dies, if anybody kills me, it's Drake. Do you think in that time span that they went and they addressed him, they talked to him? No. Do you think sitting here today, years later, any detective has ever asked, Drake or anybody like that? No, they never did that. So you ask yourself, how could that be? If any of us is involved in, God forbid, in a murder, and you say, hey, it's so-and-so, you better believe so-and-so is going to get investigated. But in this case, they didn't do it. They didn't do it because it didn't comport with their version and their narrative. And as law enforcement, I think that they have the obligation to do so. Another issue. And the evidence will show that before Mr. Onfroy was killed, there was an individual by the name of Antonio King, aka 600 Breezy, that posted on YouTube saying, when I get off of probation, I'm going.
All right. Lots of sidebars. Lots of white noise. I feel like I'm Carol Ann in Poltergeist right now. Holy God. So, this guy, I already don't like him, chat. I don't like him. So, he is talking about the mass shooting that happened February 14, 2018. So the anniversary is coming up here soon at Stoneman Douglas High School. This was in Parkland. This is the Nicholas Cruz mass shooting. Nicholas Cruz just finished his trial relatively recently. Not the actual trial, but the sentencing stage of the trial, which was basically like a trial. That's what this guy is referring to. And like April said, associating the Stoneman Douglas High School shooting incident, that the county was so prioritized with all of that they did not investigate the Xxxtentacion murder properly, rushed it, gift wrapped it, and just bagged up whoever they wanted, apparently. I think that was pretty gross. I understand what they're saying, but I think it was pretty cheap. I think that was a pretty gross argument. I would have admonished the shit out of this guy because that was just disgusting. Using a tragedy like that to argue a situation that happened 5 months later, totally different city. I don't know. I don't like it. I thought it was gross. Probably one of the more disgusting things I've heard come out of an attorney's mouth.
Like
I don't
was
like
saying,
this guy.
these
Here we go.
individuals, Antonio King, 600 Breezy, literally came here to Florida and took videos by Mr. Onfroy's house, threatening him, okay? Fast forward, he's shot by 2 masked men. Do you think BSO ever investigated this? Do you think anyone in Broward County ever, went to ask him any questions? To this day, years later, that's never happened. So ask yourself, why? Why would they not investigate it? Because it doesn't comport to the narrative that they want. And that's gonna be a motif in this case. You're gonna see that it's consistently the same issue. It's not what they want to hear, it's not what they want to hear, so they don't investigate it. And they have an obligation to do so. You're gonna hear from Cleopatra Bernard, Mr. Onfroy's mom. And she's gonna sit there, and she's gonna tell you that the reason that she wanted security with Mr. Onfroy on the day that he was shot was because of the issues that he had with Drake and Migos. She's gonna tell you that, okay? Now, what issues did she have? There's issues where Migos was attacked by him, but the important thing is that the mom is gonna tell you that that's why I wanted that security with him, okay? So, do you think anybody's ever talked to them? No, and that's unacceptable. Curcio himself is gonna sit there and tell you, okay, the Crime Stoppers, did any name consistently come up? He's gonna tell you, yeah, Drake. He's gonna tell you that. But they never investigated it. And you know what? Celebrity is not a cloak of invisibility. If you're part of a case, you're part of a case. And they should have. Now listen, I mean, look, blinders is for racehorses, okay? It's not for detectives. It's not for attorneys. And it certainly isn't for jurors. So all I'm asking you is, as a jurors, okay? My job as an attorney is to ask questions, and your job as jurors is also to ask questions, okay? I mean, you can't really verbally do it like I'm doing it, but you can ask questions to yourself, okay? And inquire, why did this happen this way, okay? And I'm looking forward to spending these weeks and these months together with you so we can figure out what the truth is in this case. And I feel really blessed to be here for Dietrich. I feel really honored to represent him, and I'm looking forward to, in this time that we have together, to get to the truth. Because when we get to the truth, you guys are gonna find that Dietrich is not guilty of these crimes. Thank you so much.
Counsel for Mr. Newsom, wish to go?
I will, thank you, Judge.
You may.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, congratulations if you're happy you've been selected for this jury. My condolences if you're not, but we know you're going to do a fabulous job. We appreciate the responses you gave us. Trayvon Newsom wasn't there that day. He is an innocent man wrongfully accused because of the choice of people he hung out with, and guilt by association, and an investigation that didn't look into all the cracks and crevices that needed to be investigated. Robert Allen is the unfortunate friend of Trayvon Newsom. Unfortunate in the sense that when he was dead to rights, caught involved in a first-degree murder, on video, no question, it's him, it's his face, he's there, he's involved. The police looked into his social media and found friends that might fit the description of the people that you see in that video jump out of that car with guns. But you cannot tell for 1 second who those two people are that jump out of that car. So what you have to do is look at what the evidence will show. Now, my opening statement and all opening statements are supposed to be about what the evidence will show. But in this case, I'm going to tell you what the evidence will not show. The evidence will not show that any firearm was ever recovered that could be matched or linked to Trayvon Newsom. The evidence will not show that anything from a thorough search of his home where he lived with his father and his sister, including digging up his entire backyard because they heard the money was buried there, turned up anything that would link Trayvon Newsom to this terrible crime. The evidence will not show that Trayvon has ever made a statement of admission or any statement that would link him to this terrible crime to any third party or anyone else for that matter. The evidence will show no DNA whatsoever found on the body of Mr. Onfroy or on that car. Although you see a tussle going on, you see they allege he goes around the car and gets actually into it. No DNA whatsoever linked to Trayvon Newsom. No fingerprints linked to Trayvon Newsom. No cell phone evidence places Trayvon Newsom anywhere near that scene of the crime that day. No credible eyewitnesses. No proof Trayvon was ever at Riva that day. No less that he's that shadowy person you see in the video jump out of the car and appear to brandish a firearm. Now, the state has told you that there's evidence found at the homes of the defendants. Not Trayvon. Nothing. So be careful when the words "they" are used in this trial, because it's not Trayvon that they're talking about. The vast majority of times they'll tell you that. You will see a video of Trayvon later on in that car because he knows these guys. Mr. Allen testified that Trayvon had been staying at his house for a few days before this. This is his friend who's turned on him. And you'll hear that later on, and you'll see that an hour or two after this terrible thing happened, Trayvon's in that Dodge Journey. These guys share everything: phones, photos of each other, the car. They're living together, but he is not a person that was at the scene that day participating in this homicide. And the vast majority of evidence will show that when you look at it reasonably and without the blinders on. My co-counsel so aptly just pointed out law enforcement seems to have about this case. You'll see he and Mr. Boatwright casually get out of the car, walk into an apartment, casually walk back, get into the car again. Not the slightest sign from them, not knowing they're being observed or that later on a jury's going to look at what's going on. Nothing to suggest that this terrible crime had just happened or that he has been a part of it in any way. And you've already heard that that Dodge Journey is in a car accident shortly later that day. But what you haven't heard yet is that Trayvon goes to that scene of that accident because he's got a license to claim that car back. You've been in a horrible murder, attempted robbery in that car 2 hours before, and you go to where that car is now in the hands of law enforcement and say, "Hey, can I take the car back? My buddy's rented this car." And by the way, he had nothing to do with renting the car. But Mr. Allen asked him to go and collect the car because he's the only one with a license. Would he do that? Is that evidence of guilty conscience or exactly the opposite? Use your common sense. The evidence will show that the state's star witness, their cooperating witness, was there at Riva that day. Unmistakable video evidence. He had no choice but to eventually admit his guilt and to testify against the three people the police had already figured may have been involved. You heard two people took off and went to Georgia. Trayvon Newsom found out the police were looking for him. His father came and hired me, and we voluntarily surrendered him to Detective Curcio because we knew we'd have our day in trial someday down the road, and the evidence was never going to be able to prove he was there because he wasn't. When you see Robert Allen testify, when you look at him, when you have a chance to look at his demeanor, how he handles himself, the first thing I think you're going to realize, it's going to show you, is this is not a person you would ever trust in life if you ran into him on the street. you would immediately be leery of him. Never trust him. But then when you hear he's made different statements along the way, trying to get his statement consistent with the theory that the state wants to present here, you're going to know that is no one you would ever believe in any fashion, particularly not in a courtroom when he's testifying in a murder trial. You will find the sum total of Robert Allen's involvement in this. You'll come to the conclusion he's not reliable at all, not credible at all, and you'll follow the court's instructions and disregard his testimony in total. That is the only testimony in this case that you will hear that comes anywhere near making it look like Trayvon Newsom had something to do with this. Just the one witness. No physical evidence whatsoever. The other evidence, common sense will tell you goes in the other direction. He would not have done what he did. He also posed for some stupid photographs with money. And they're going to use that to try to show his guilt. But you'll see there's been many other times when these guys have posed with money. They impress girls, they impress their friends, they act like they have more than they have. Social media. You'll see that they're all involved in social media heavily. And they do and say stupid things in social media. Posing with that money, whether he knew it was taken in a robbery earlier the day or not, you won't hear any testimony. But it doesn't establish anything because he'd done it many times in the past. In opening, the state says that the evidence will show that the two co-defendants who went into Riva, that are there on video, were communicating by cell phone with the people in the car. Not Trayvon. His phone doesn't have any hits on it, anywhere near Riva that day. Solid evidence that common sense will tell you he wasn't there. They bring their cell phones everywhere. Somebody has a cell phone, whether it's their own or they've loaned it out. Nothing to link to Trayvon Newsom. Again, what the evidence will not show. No DNA, no fingerprints, no cell phone evidence, no credible eyewitnesses. Nothing that you would expect, no cell phone hits, nothing that you would expect law enforcement could find if in fact Trayvon was that person. You've heard that he's denied his involvement in this case, that he is presumed to be innocent. And the evidence that the state has will come nowhere near close to eliminating that presumption of innocence. Thank you again for your attention. I won't have a whole lot to say to you during this trial because not a lot of this applies to Trayvon at all. Take your notes. Be careful at what applies to who. Always ask the question if someone says they, do they really mean Trayvon? Because the vast majority of times when they say they, there's no evidence Trayvon's even in the statement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we will break for lunch before I send you out. You'll hear familiar words. You're not to form any definite or fixed opinions in merits of this case, so you hear all the evidence, arguments, counsel, instructions, and the law by me until that time. Do not discuss cases even among yourselves. During the course of the trial, I'll take regular recesses during which we will separate, go about your personal affairs. During those recesses, you shall not discuss cases with anyone nor permit anyone to say anything to you or your presence about the case. Anyone attempts to, tell me you're on jury, ask them to stop, leave them, advise them by deputies. If you see counsel, witnesses, defendants, anyone else associated with the case in the hallway, they will ignore you. They are not being rude. They are following the court's orders. It is now 10 minutes of 2. I'll give you an hour and 10. We will reconvene at 3 o'clock sharp. Form up at the 7th floor reception area. You'll be brought back. Have a great lunch. Thank you.
You're showing up at the beginning of your seats.
drafts, and anything else to discuss?
We'll invoke the rule at this time.
Rule of sequestration is invoked. All parties, any witnesses that may testify should not be any longer in the courtroom.
Judge, could we also just specify, since this case is being live streamed, that the parties should instruct their witnesses that they may not watch it?
Yes, thank you. So all parties should instruct their witnesses that the rule of sequestration also includes not watching any live stream presentation of this court proceeding.
And Judge, once again, the defense would request, the state would kindly let us know which witnesses they intend to call after lunch.
Did you wish to do so?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, let me only ask this. So we're coming back at 3. It'll be state call you first. How many witnesses do you have lined up for today?
3.
All right. Of course, with direct and 3 potential crosses, I don't know that we can ever know exactly how long that will go, but do you reasonably anticipate that we'll get through those 3, or you've got one sort of in reserve, or?
I believe we can get through those 3. I don't have any other after those 3.
Okay, so regardless, we won't go further than that. It's my hope that we get 2 good hours of testimony in. We will break at 5 or as near to it as we can. I won't go beyond 5:15, but if we finish at 4:45, no one's, I'm not going to ask you to call someone for 3 minutes of testimony.
And anticipated start time for tomorrow, Judge?
10:30?
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna pretty much be keeping that 10:30 schedule for them, meaning you guys should be here about 1/4 to deal with anything that comes up in between.
And Judge, I just reiterate my request, when the state says we're gonna call a certain witness, let's take a couple of minutes so that we can go through these boxes and pull out what we need, so we're not all shuffling while they're starting their examination.
Just a couple of minutes, I don't know about, but certainly you have the time from when they come in, they're coming up here, they have to have their oath administered. First question is gonna be what their name is and stuff during that
Do
time.
that with the jury present, Judge, because it's not gonna be a good, I mean, we have tons of information here, 200 witnesses, how are we gonna sort that out in front of the jurors? I wish
Let's
it
see
was
how it
organized.
goes. Thank you.
Okay, Judge.
Proclame to remind you with that.
All right, court is on lunch break. Back at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time, 3 o'clock in other time zones. Is anybody else feeling the same way I'm feeling? Is this everybody's first day in a courtroom? They every one of them sounds like amateurs. But judge. Can we do this? Judge, can we do that? Judge, how are we going to do this? Should this not have been figured out prior to this morning? It's like the court issue this morning. Judge, where do we put the court? No, this court's not long enough. Like, Jesus. Unreal. All right, we're going to play we're going to play some random videos. We're going to start off with this police shooting that happened here in Milwaukee. So an officer here in Milwaukee was shot and killed during a stop, and the suspect is dead as well. They didn't release a name, but we might have the name. I just want to double check real quick. So here we go.
At about 1:16 a.m., Milwaukee Police Department officers assigned to District Number 4 responded to the area of the 2700 block of South 14th Street to check for a suspect wanted in a connection to a robbery that occurred yesterday at approximately 11:25 p.m. on the 3600 block of West Good Hope Road. Upon arrival, officers located a suspect who ignored their commands and fled on foot. One of the officers was able to catch up to the suspect, and a struggle ensued. During the struggle, the suspect used a handgun and fired shots, striking the other officer. That officer discharged his firearm. During the exchange, the suspect was struck by gunfire. The officer, a 37-year-old male with over 4 years of service, sustained life-threatening injuries. He was transported to a local hospital for treatment. In spite of the best efforts of medical personnel, he died of his injuries. The suspect, a 19-year-old Milwaukee man, was pronounced deceased at the scene. At this time, it is unknown if the suspect's fatal injury was self-inflicted or from the officer's gunfire. This is a fluid and ongoing investigation. The Milwaukee area investigative team will be investigating this incident. The Brookfield.
When I meet a patient who comes in with a complaint of dry, chapped lips, I always want something.
Sorry, nothing I can do about commercials.
The Brookfield Department will be a lead law enforcement agency in investigation. A community briefing discussing this incident will be released in the future. Once family notification has been completed, we'll release the name and the photo of the officer. Milwaukee, our hearts are heavy. Milwaukee Police Department hearts are heavy. My heart is heavy. One of our finest who put on that uniform, put on that badge, went into work last night and paid the ultimate sacrifice for protecting our community. Milwaukee, we need your prayers. We need your support. To the men and women of the Milwaukee Police Department, I see you. I am proud of you. The work that you do not go unnoticed. And at this time, our community needs you. This is a time to lean in and do the work that needs to be done in our community. The violence needs to stop. The violence needs to stop. Everyone has a role in community protection. Men and women of the Milwaukee Police Department, please continue to support each other, support yourself. Families of our fine, noble, and dedicated men and women of the Milwaukee Police Department, friends of these noble and dedicated men and women of the Milwaukee Police Department, please check on them. Please continue to support them as we try to deal with this unfortunate tragedy. I thank you, and I'll now bring the Mayor, Cavalier Johnson, to the stage.
Thank you, Chief Norman. I'm here along with Chief Norman, along with as well County Council President Jose Perez and Office of Violence Prevention Director Ashanti Hamilton. And if you just heard Chief Norman, that passion, that concern, the heavy heart that he displayed just now, that's a representation of the men and women who every single day put on their badge and put on their boots and hit the streets to protect the people in this city each and every single day. Each and every single day. And as was mentioned, an officer paid the ultimate price, his life, in protecting and serving this city. This whole city owes a debt of gratitude to that officer, to his partner, and to this entire department who goes out each and every single day to make sure that all of us are safe. But it's important to note, it's very important to note what the chief just talked about in terms of the suspect as well here. 19 years old, 19-year-old man. What do I say constantly? What did the chief just say? It's on all of us to make sure that our city is safe. It's on all of us to make sure that public safety is secure for everybody in our community. And it's on all of us to make sure that individuals who are out there who would cause incidents like this, death, harm, or destruction, that we keep an eye on them, that we inform them that they should put guns down, that they should stop committing acts of violence. If somebody that age, 19 years old, they're probably getting up from somebody's couch, and somebody knows that they're out here doing things. We need you to speak up. We need you to be engaged, because if you are not, then this is the deadly consequence that we see. It's a police officer dead. It's somebody else who ends up getting injured or hurt because of violence like this on the street. It's not just the people that you see here. It's not just the men and women in uniform, the men and women of our Milwaukee Police Department. It's not just them. It's all of us that have a role to play, each and every single one of us. And my encouragement to you all within the sound of my voice right now is to heed that call, is to make sure you check up on your folks. And if they are out here doing dirt, if they're out here doing bad things, if they're out here messing around with guns, that you hold them to account so that we don't see this sort of activity happening on the streets of our city. Enough of this. Enough of it. There are no excuses for this. This officer should not be dead right now. This should not happen. And so we all owe a debt of gratitude to the officer, to his partner, and to every single man and woman who serves in the Milwaukee Police Department. With that, I'm going to ask Common Council President Jose Perez to approach the mic.
Thank you, Mayor. On behalf of the council, we want to give our condolences to the family. We know that we have too much violence, too many guns on the street, too much crime. It affects every neighborhood. I walked here this morning to the crime scene. I live nearby. I'm raising kids nearby. We're working hard in this community. And the tragic loss of any life affects our city, but it especially affects someone who swore an oath to protect and serve our community, to work with our community, keep us safe. And you're going to hear this message often. It's up to all of us, every one of us, priests, pastors, fathers, mothers. We need to continue to come together. We can do better. We deserve better. And it's up to us. So again, our condolences, and this call for peace to end the violence must happen now. We need peace in our community and in our neighborhoods. Thank you.
I'm Andrew Wagner, President of the Milwaukee Police Association. I just want to say today we lost an officer. Our thoughts and prayers go out to his family, his co-workers, and his friends. We lost a public servant that gave his life in an effort to preserve peace in his community. I want to thank everyone who has already reached out for their thoughts and prayers, and we need them. We need them now more than ever. Our officers are suffering. They're in mourning. The officers are in mourning. Our city is going to be in mourning, and our entire state will be in mourning for the loss of this public servant. It is now our duty to look forward to preserving his memory, preserving his life, and looking onward to making sure that his memory will never be forgotten, and his sacrifice to the city and his community will never be forgotten as well. Thank you.
I'd like to take the time out to thank the mayor, Council President Perez, Director Hamilton, MPA President Wagner, and also my fellow executive command staff behind for the showing solidarity and support. I'd also like to take the time to thank the Milwaukee Fire Department, true heroes, supportive throughout this tragedy today, and also Freighter, and also our other law enforcement local partners who assisted us. I believe the Milwaukee County Sheriff Office and various Walters Police Departments. So I want to make sure I acknowledge that.
All right. Well, that is that. Hang on, let me get back here. Just talking to my reporter buddy. So here's the bizarre part about this is the guy, the 19-year-old that they're talking about. So we're gonna release his name. So he is identified as Terrell Thompson of Milwaukee. Here's the crazy part, guys. Here's the crazy part. Terrell was just in court yesterday in Milwaukee. He has a hit and run charge. It's a misdemeanor. He pled guilty on the hit and run yesterday. Okay. He was in court at 2:30 p.m. yesterday. The judge convicted him. He pled guilty. Got a conviction. There was a plea agreement. The negotiations to that plea agreement were put on the record. Terrell changes his not guilty plea to guilty. The judge sentences Terrell to 120 days in the House of Corrections. And that's consecutive to any other sentence that he has going on for other things he has. He's allowed Huber privileges for work. He gets 5 days credit for time served. And the judge stayed his sentence. So when you stay a sentence, it's basically like a suspended sentence, right? There's I forgot what they're called. There's two of them. There's staying a sentence, and then there's another one. I forgot the name of it. But the other one, basically, whatever it's called, I can't think because I've been up all night. Because this is what I was doing. I was dealing with this shooting last night. So whatever the other one is called, if somebody in Wisconsin knows what I'm talking about, or you have a similar thing by you, if you get in trouble while you're on the other one, you go back in front of a judge and then you talk about it, and there's an opportunity again that you can not go to jail or prison that time, and you get another chance. And that potentially could happen multiple times. It's up to the judge. The state sentence, if you get in trouble again, it's, directly to jail. No collecting $200. You don't go back in front of a judge, and they impose the original sentence on you. So that's what that was. And then gave him 12 months of probation. The conditions of the probation were driver's safety classes, sobriety with random testing, and no driving without a valid driver's license or proof of insurance. And this dude's driving a fucking car. And then takes off running. Hang on. So that judge is Judge Christopher D. And there's already a bunch of shit all over the internet. People want this dude's head. They want him removed. which is, you know, I don't know. I guess that's what we do now. The interesting thing is that it's usually the right that freaks the fuck out over these judges, and then they want their heads because they start claiming that they're Democrats or whatever. This judge ran neither side during his election, during his campaign. But when a judge on the right does something similar to this, like everybody's precious Judge Doro did a very similar thing. Hang on, dude, this fucking phone's just not going to stop. Sorry, we're talking to a bunch of journalists. Judge Doro did the same thing. And a guy that was convicted in her courtroom of a pretty heinous domestic violence case, she gave him 48 hours to turn himself into the jail. And he left Wisconsin, went to Illinois, and the girl that he had the DV with, he went and tried to murder her parents by stabbing them multiple times. And then the dad got hold of the knife and ended up stabbing the guy multiple times. But everyone just looked at Judge Doro and went, it's all right. No big deal. She made a mistake. It happens. It's fine. Why? I don't understand. Why do we do that? Why do we do that? Why can't we have her head equally the same as we want somebody else's head? Why are we taking a political side to something and saying, oh, because they're Democrat, fuck them, and they make bad decisions? Well, Republican judges do the same shit. Why do we ignore that? That doesn't make any sense to me. And and the reason I bring that up is because it's running rampant right now on social media, and especially if you're here in Wisconsin, it's fucking everywhere right now. And the right is calling for this judge's head, and calling him a Democrat, and he didn't run for either party. But it's just interesting to me that we do that as people. You know, why not just, who cares what side they're on, Democrat or Republican? If they're making horrible fucking decisions like this, then, you know, you vote them out. And that's what the right says. Well, we just vote them out. Well, unless it's a Democrat, and then we want to fucking lynch them. I don't know. So that's the update on all of that. In other news, the other day, again, yes, Aiden Fucci was supposed to start. And last minute, he pled guilty to the murder of Tristan Bailey. Fucci was 14 at the time, and Tristan was 13. This was on Mother's Day of 2021. Fucci stabbed her 114 times and then left her body in a neighborhood, like little lake ravine. And last minute, he pled guilty right before jury selection was supposed to be started. He was facing a 6-person jury, not a 12-person jury, because he was a minor. He didn't qualify for the death penalty because of that. And then also, even though it is a capital murder case, it's another case in goddamn Florida. What is happening in Florida? Even though it is a capital murder case, because of his age, it's not being tried as a capital murder case. So therefore, he didn't have the right to a 12-person jury. defense tried to file motions against that, even filed with the 5th District Court of Appeals, but screwed up and did not make it as an emergency writ, which would have forced the appellate court to listen to it basically immediately and potentially could have delayed this trial another couple of months. The judge ultimately denied any type of delay, was not waiting on the appellate court, and last minute, again, right before jury selection, Aiden Fucci pled guilty. So this is his hearing.
We're here to begin our jury selection process. However, it's come to my attention that there may be a change of circumstances. Ms. Peoples, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
If you and your client could go ahead and approach the podium. If you want to approach the bar. All right, Ms. Peoples.
Your Honor, on behalf of Aiden Fucci, we enter a change of plea at this time, entering a guilty plea as charged.
And this is a straight plea to the court. In other words, this is not a negotiated plea, is that correct?
Your Honor, we have presented several defense offers and they've all been rejected by the state.
So it would be a straight plea to the court.
Yes, Your Honor.
State, can you make sure that you state for the record the possible penalties that Mr. Fucci is facing again as a straight plea?
Yes, Your Honor, he's facing a possible sentence of life imprisonment. The mandatory minimum would be 40 years. So similar to after trial, the range of exposure is 40 to life. He will be entitled to a review hearing after 25 years of serving any prison sentence, Your Honor.
Ms. Peoples, have you had sufficient time to talk with your client about this decision?
Yes, Your Honor.
In addition, are his parents aware of this disposition, proposed, not the decision, but the proposed plea?
Both parents, yes, Your Honor.
And they've had an opportunity to consult with you as well as Mr. Fucci?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are there any other matters we need to address at this time before I place Mr. Fucci on the road?
No, sir.
All right, Mr. Fucci, if you could step over and speak into that, if you could adjust that microphone. Sir, if you'll raise your right hand, you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, sir, please state your name.
Xxxtentacion Fucci,
Mr. Fucci, how old are you, sir?
16.
How far did you go in school?
To 8th grade.
Are you able to read, write, speak, and understand the English language?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you under the influence of any medication, drugs, or alcohol right now?
Yes, sir. My medication, but
What type of medication are you taking?
Rimron, lithium, and Suprexa.
Is that medication prescribed by a physician?
Yes, sir.
And does that medication assist you in your ability to understand what's happening and going on around you?
Yes, sir.
Have you taken that medication today as prescribed by your physician?
Last night, sir.
Last night, is that when you were scheduled to take it?
Yes, sir.
All right. And is it in any way, shape, or form affecting your ability to understand what's going on here this morning?
No, Your Honor.
Do you feel clear-headed and clear-minded about what's going on here today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you ever been diagnosed with a mental health condition that could affect your ability to understand and comprehend what's going on today?
No, I don't believe so.
Your attorney has informed me that you'd like to enter a plea of guilty to the charge of first-degree murder. That is a sentence that is a crime which is punishable by up to life in prison. The minimum sentence that the court could impose would be 40 years in prison. You just heard the state outline that range. Do you understand the range of possible penalties that you're facing if you enter this plea today?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand that the minimum sentence that this court could impose for you would be 40 years in prison. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
In fact, the court could impose all the way up to life in prison. Do you understand that as well?
I do, Your Honor.
And the way that this works is if the court were to sentence you to 40 years up to life, you would also be eligible for a review sentence of that sentence in 25 years. At that point, another body would then come back and review what we're doing here today, and they would look at that sentence and determine whether or not they should change that sentence. However, that's no guarantee as to what they're going to do. That's just something in the statute that requires another body to review this court sentence in 25 years. Do you understand that as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you any particular sentence that I might impose if you do this?
No, sir.
No one's said, hey, if you enter this plea today, the judge might, go lighter on you or anything like that? No one's promised you anything like that, have they?
No, sir.
You understand, again, I could give you 40 years up to life in prison.
Yes, I do.
You understand that today, we're here for jury selection. So we actually have members of St. Johns County who have reported to the courthouse today downstairs. They're actually waiting for us right now, and we were going to begin to select a jury to conduct a trial for you. You understand that you have the right to that jury trial?
Yes, sir, I do.
Your attorney had filed a motion, and we had a hearing a few weeks ago, I guess, where she had, the state had requested a 6-person jury, and your attorney requested a 12-person jury. Do you recall that hearing that we had on that?
Yes, sir.
You also understand that right now your attorney has filed a motion to an appellate court, which is kind of a higher court above this court. And their responsibility is to review all of the decisions that go on here. And right now she's filed that appeal as to whether or not you were entitled to a 6-person or a 12-person jury. You familiar with all that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you and she discuss the fact that by entering this plea today, you're kind of taking away that issue? In other words, there's not going to be an appeal anymore. You understand that?
Yes, sir, I understand.
Once you enter this plea today, that's going to go away. You understand that as well?
Yes, sir.
Is anyone forcing you or threatening you in any way to get you to do this?
No, sir.
Has anyone promised you anything in exchange for your plea?
No, sir.
I have a document here. It's called a plea form. It has the state of Florida versus your name and our case number. On the second page of this document, above the word defendant is a signature. Can you see that signature I'm pointing to? You
Yes,
have a
sir.
copy of it in front of you as well. Is that right? Is that your signature?
Yes, sir.
And by signing this document, are you indicating to me that you've read this document?
Yes, sir, I read it.
In addition to reading it, did you discuss it and talk about everything that's on it with your attorney?
I did.
Hey, are you guys getting? I'm trying to watch this on my other screen and on Facebook too. Are you guys having like choppy playback? Because it looks choppy as shit on my screen. On the streaming software, it's fine. But trying to watch it on Facebook and YouTube, it looks super choppy. Hang on one sec.
Did she answer any and all questions about everything that's contained on this document?
Yes, sir.
There's a number of rights that you're giving up. I've already talked about them a little bit, but I want to talk about them again with you, okay? You understand again that you have the right to a jury trial. During that trial, you're entitled to be represented by an attorney. You've got attorneys who are appointed to represent you. They would have been with you throughout that trial. You have the right to compel witnesses to come in and testify on your behalf. You could have testified during that trial if you wished, or you could have remained silent throughout that trial. You could have required the state of Florida to prove this charge beyond a reasonable doubt. You could have presented evidence during that trial. You could have cross-examined any witnesses that the state might have called against you. And you also could have appealed your conviction and sentence to a higher court. You understand, once I accept your plea today, there will not be a trial. We'll pass this matter off for sentencing, and you'll be giving up all of those rights that I just described.
I do, Your Honor.
Another matter that I want to address with you is another motion that we had previously discussed a couple of months ago, I believe, which was your attorney had filed a motion was called a change of venue. In other words, she wanted to have this trial conducted in a different county instead of St. Johns County. She was concerned about whether or not we would be able to impanel a fair and impartial jury. And if you recall, I ruled on that and I denied that motion. However, I stated that I would reconsider that if, after we had attempted to select a jury here in St. Johns County, if the court then determined that we could not find a fair and impartial jury for you, that we would move this to a different county. You understand that, again, once you enter this plea, that issue is not something that would be appealable anymore.
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand that now, that we're going to proceed here today with this plea? And so you'll be giving up that appellate right as well.
Yes, sir.
This is my daily skincare routine. I wake up and I slather on. I feel like
Have you had sufficient time to talk about this decision with your attorneys?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you also get a chance to discuss it with your parents?
Yes, sir.
Have you also had sufficient time to talk with your attorneys about your case itself and any possible defenses that you might have raised through this charge?
Yes, sir.
I know that you were housed up in Duval County. Did that in any way preclude your ability to speak with your attorneys? Have your attorneys been able to meet with you and have conversations with you about your case?
They did.
Did you get to go over the evidence that the state has and that they've supplied a discovery? Have you discussed all that evidence with your attorneys as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you need any time at all, any more time at all to speak with your attorneys before I accept your plea today?
No, sir.
Are you satisfied with your attorney's representation of you?
Yes, sir.
Did your attorneys explain to you that if you were not a U.S. citizen entering this plea, could have subjected you to being deported from the United States?
Yes, sir.
You've not ever previously been convicted of any type of sexually violent or sexually motivated crime, have you?
No, sir.
State, have you supplied the defense all of the discovery in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you aware of any physical evidence that can be tested for DNA that might exonerate this defendant?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Peoples, have you had sufficient time to review all the discovery and discuss it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you aware of any physical evidence that can be tested for DNA that might exonerate your client?
No, sir.
Statement of a factual basis, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about May 9th, 2021, in the county of St. Johns in the state of Florida, the defendant, Xxxtentacion, did unlawfully kill a human being, Tristan Bailey, said killing being from a premeditated design to affect the death of Tristan Bailey. And furthermore, during the commission of said offense, Xxxtentacion used a weapon contrary to Florida statutes 78204, sub 1, sub A, and 775.087, sub 1.
Any objections or exceptions to factual basis?
For the purpose of the plea, yes, Your Honor.
You do have exceptions or you do not?
No exceptions, accepting it for the purpose of the plea.
All right. I do find a sufficient factual basis for the charge of first-degree murder. Mr. Cucci, is it your desire to enter a plea of guilty to one count of first-degree murder?
Yes, sir.
I accept your plea. I'm entered into freely, voluntarily, intelligently, that you are preparing to murder.
All right, so that is that basically. So he pled guilty. I'm still showing like this weird choppiness. Can you guys that are watching, can you tell me, like, is it choppy on your side? Had like some weird internet stuff the last couple of days. Can you guys respond and let me know if like the screen was fine for you? So that's twice now that it's been weird. Anybody there? Hello, anybody there? Everybody that's watching. Was the audio weird at all? So I'm watching on Facebook and YouTube on my phone and my other computer. It just got real choppy. It wasn't like a smooth playback. All right. Well, nobody wants to be interactive today, so I guess we'll stare at a wall.
present, theirs are absent. Council?
Judges were all here, I want to see if we just sort of purge it now, so I can put in the order. For the grant.
Between you guys.
Usually,
Certainly
it's a Friday morning,
Morning?
because he's saying, because he's gonna be in session,
Right.
or with,
For Fridays, wait, I don't know how much I mentioned this to the rest of you, I know I told George. Anyway, every Friday I'm gonna have calendar call usually runs till around 10:30 or 11, sometimes a little longer, so probably our Friday sessions with the jury will be starting at 1. So you should have Friday mornings to accomplish all the rest of your time. But if you want to do set your deposition first date, a Friday morning at 9 a.m. Of course.
Does it matter that even in California, you 3 hours behind?
I suppose to him it would. I mean, the other thing that you can do is set it for 5 or 5:30 local time, which is when we would be done here, and it's 3 hours, so.
Okay, that will, you're right. Whatever you said.
that's fine, since we're not gonna be in session, that probably makes sense. Judge, I'm just showing them the evidence we plan on utilizing some of it.
Very nice, thank you.
If you want to say it, you tell me.
You know, the 12 signs have euro, the advice that told them to press the button and they're ready to go outside, they use the restrooms at this point.
Well, not for your teeth, it's my other.
This thing is supposed to be active.
procedurally, you certainly have permission to move above the well without asking the court. You have permission to reposition podiums without requesting permission from the court. I think it's a matter of good form to ask permission before you approach a witness.
You said you don't have to ask permission to approach a witness?
You do have to approach a witness. As far as moving about the well and repositioning podiums, you may do so at your level.
Thank you.
Sam, please make sure the notebook belongs to you before you open. Make sure your phones are on.
Parties may be seated, court will come to order. The parties are present. Here is the present, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. State, call your first witness.
State calls Cecilia Ramos.
Miss Cecilia Ramos. Mr. Ramos, please follow me this way. Mr. Ramos, will you please leave your stop right there for me? And just follow me this way. Mr. Ramos, will you please stand right here facing the clerk to be sworn before you sit?
Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Cecilia Ramos, Ramos.
Counsel, you need
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Ramos.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing?
I'm well.
So this is a big room, lots of acoustics. I can barely hear you back here because of how this is all built. So if you can just talk right into that microphone for us, we can all hear you. All right, better. All right. So Ms. Ramos, can you tell us who you work for currently?
Bank of America,
And how long have you worked for Bank of America?
6 years.
And when you first started working for Bank of America, what position did you hold?
Teller,
All right, and what, I guess, year were you hired to be a teller for Bank of America?
2016.
And do you currently still hold the position of a bank teller with Bank of America?
No.
Do you currently still work for Bank of America?
Yes.
And what is your position now?
I work for the fraud department.
And what do you do for the fraud department?
ATM, debit cards, credit card, and account fraud.
Okay, so are you the person that when we see fraud on our accounts, we speak to you on the phone to
Yes.
identify the fraud? Okay. All right, so I want to take you back to 2018. Were you working for a particular branch of Bank of America?
Yes, in Coconut Creek.
All right, and how long had you been working at that particular location at that time?
Like a year, maybe 2 or 3 months.
Was that your first branch that you started working for?
Yes.
All right. So let's talk about June 18th, 2018. Do you recall that day that we're here for today?
Yes.
All right. Do you know a person by the name of Jahseh Onfroy?
Yes.
And how do you know that person?
It's coming into the bank.
So he was a bank customer?
Yes.
How long have you been a customer of that particular branch since you have been working there?
Since I've been there, he's been going there.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
He's been going to the bank since I've been there.
All right, so was he a regular customer that you would see?
Yes.
Do you recall his stage name?
XXX.
Is that what you would call him?
I would call him Jahseh or Jah.
All right. So did you know that it was XXX back then in 2018?
Yes.
All right. So can you describe your relationship with Mr. Onfroy while you were working for Bank of America?
We're friendly.
Friendly? Okay. Would you routinely help him as a customer of the bank?
I would always help him. Yeah.
All right. So let's discuss June 18th, like I mentioned earlier. Do you recall the last time that Mr. Onfroy came into Bank of America?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury a little bit about that particular transaction that day?
So he came in to ask for $250,000, but I was only able to give him $50,000. So
why were you only able to give him $50,000?
because you have to order the money, well, that amount before we can just give it out to you.
I'm gonna ask you to just, Your Honor, may I move the microphone? May I approach and try to move it? It's a little hard to hear you back here, so I just want to make sure that we hear you. All right. So you said that he had to order it?
Yes.
So is that not something that is that not the amount of cash that you would have on hand at the bank at a given time?
Not for that, no.
All right. So you said you gave him $50,000. Was he okay with taking that $50,000?
Yes.
All right, much better now. Did you have a plan in place to at least get him the other $200,000 that you did not have on hand that day?
Yes, we were going to order it
Okay, was he supposed to come in later that week?
Wednesday.
Yes. All right, so do you recall what day this was that he came in? A few days before?
No, I don't.
All right. So talk to me a little bit about the $50,000. How in fact was that deposited to Mr. Onfroy?
Well, it was wrapped in 2,000.
Okay, and what are the bills?
100.
100, okay. And you said in 10,000 stacks, right?
Yes.
How are they wrapped?
They're repping a band.
A band, all right, and is there anything on those bands to identify that they've been, withdrawn through Bank of America?
Well, we initialed them, so when we count.
Did you initial them then?
I did not. Coworker did.
A coworker did, and what were their initials?
BP.
All right, and is that standard protocol and procedure for Bank of America to do that?
Yes.
All right. Now, was there any markings on any of the $100 bills that were given to Mr. Onfroy that day?
No.
Is that also standard procedure, not having markings?
Yes.
Now, with Mr. Onfroy that day, do you recall him walking into the bank with anyone?
No.
Can you tell me a little bit about, what you recall Mr. Onfroy doing with the cash that you gave him?
He put it in his Louis Vuitton bag.
And have you seen that Louis Vuitton bag previously?
Yes.
Is that something that he brought in with him routinely when he came to the bank customer?
Yes.
Yes, okay. I'm gonna just slow you down a little bit, I know it's nerve-wracking being up there, but we need to get down the record properly, so just make sure that I'm allowed to finish my complete question first, and then I'll have you answer, okay? All right. So now, the Louis Vuitton bag we were talking about, do you recall when you were working in that branch, if that particular branch had surveillance cameras within the actual bank?
Yes.
Did it also have surveillance cameras on the outside?
Yes.
Your Honor, now showing defense counsel has been previously marked as State's Exhibit A for identification. May I approach witness, Your Honor?
You may.
All right, Ms. Ramos, if you can take a look at this for me, I'm showing you it's been previously marked as State's A for identification. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and how do you recognize it?
My signature and name on it.
Okay, and what is it? No, what?
Oh, the 7 bank.
Okay, and you previously took a look at this video, correct?
I did.
And you did that with myself and Mr. Shield?
Yes.
Okay, and do those videos fairly and accurately depict the transaction that took place on the day we were just talking about with you and Mr. Onfroy when you gave him $50,000?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would enter into evidence that's been previously marked as State Exhibit A for identification.
No objection?
No objection.
No objection.
Without objection, what was previously marked states A for identification shall be received in evidence as states 1. You may publish at will.
Thank you, Your Honor. It looks like we might have lost connection.
Just push a button. No,
We got to take a read.
Not connecting. It was on.
Defer to the expert.
We came prepared, Judge.
Is this one? No, that's yours.
No, that's not it. No.
Still flashing? Right?
No, now it's flashing.
Supposed to be solid.
Now it's solid.
Okay.
This one. Your Honor, I want to just try to restart this whole situation.
Don't restart.
While this is loading, Your Honor, permission for the witness to step down and point to the screen, since unfortunately the screen in front of her is not working for this particular exercise right now.
We don't have any kind of pointer.
Working on it though. All right, Ms. Ramos, are these all the cameras, or at least most of them, that we're looking at for Bank of America branch that you worked at? Yes. Now I'm going to click on a particular camera, camera 4. Actually, I'm going to click on camera 2 first. Can you please stand up and just point to where you see yourself? Okay, and that's the bottom left-hand side of the screen. Yes. Okay. Now I'm going to click on camera 4. And if there's no objection, I'm just going to fast forward through some of the information that I have. Any objection? No objection.
No objection. No objection.
And Ms. Ramos, if and when you see Mr. Onfroy, please point him out, the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. And you're pointing to the middle of the screen, correct? Is that a yes? Yes. Okay, and can you just describe some of the clothing that Mr. Onfroy is wearing?
Has on his jacket, green jacket, and shorts and t-shirt.
And look at the hair, can you tell us?
Dreads.
There, is there a color in his dress?
They are blue.
All right. 2, where you had already pre-identified yourself. You can have a seat, Mr. Amos. Yes. And is that the money that, is that the bag he placed the money in? He placed it in, yes. During your encounter with, Mr. Onfroy during this time, what was his demeanor like?
It's fine.
He seemed happy. Ms. Ramos, during this entire transaction, is there like official paperwork that you have to fill out? Is that what's going on here?
We do have to fill out paperwork, but not right there, no.
Okay, but at some point there's a log filled out for this amount of cash being withdrawn?
Yes.
And who is that man with you, Ms. Ramos?
Manager, even,
And is it protocol to have a manager with you when a large amount of money is being withdrawn like this?
for overrides, yes.
Ramos, what are you currently doing with the cash that we see on video right now?
Count. Gotcha.
And by counting it, is there a machine that you use?
Yes.
Is that the machine we see in the corner?
Yes.
Okay, nothing further from Mr. Nystrom.
Cross exam.
Is any defense counsel want me to leave this in, or would you like to take that?
I'm not interested.
Yeah? Okay. I will check it.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ramos, how are you?
I'm fine. Thank you.
My name is Mauricio Padilla, I'm gonna ask you a couple questions, okay?
Okay.
How often would you see Mr. Onfroy at the bank, would you say?
Maybe like 5 times, not that much.
5 times in total?
No. Maybe like in a month, maybe like 5 times. Maybe.
Okay. And what was the majority of the times you would see him, would it be him taking out money?
He would, yes.
Okay, and the $250,000 request, was that something that was, normal?
No, not always.
So the fact that he was asking for 250,000 was above the average of what you would usually ask for?
Yes.
Okay, and what would you say was the average of what you usually ask for?
One time he did 100,000.
Okay. In the time, I don't know if it's after lunch or if it's me, or is that in slow motion, or is that in real time? Was that real time, what we're watching? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know how long that process took? Because I don't know if what we're looking at is almost.
No.
Now, when, after this occurred, I'm assuming that detectives came and talked to you?
Not right after. I think it was like we closed at 4. So then the detective came in.
The same day of June 18th?
Same thing.
Okay, do you recall which detective it was?
No.
Okay, so walk me through it. You're ending your day, it's 4 o'clock, in comes the detective, and they bring the news to you?
Well, I
Finish
was.
it outside the scope.
You can ask.
He didn't break it like that, because I left before he even broke the news. My friend called me or something.
Okay, so your friend called you to tell you exactly what?
That Jahseh passed away.
Okay, and so you had left the bank prior to 4?
No, it was, so we closed at 4 o'clock, and we have to do our work at the end of the day. So I was already finished, and then the detective was there for a little while longer, like, we didn't know what was going on because he wasn't saying, he was just asking questions.
Was he asking questions to you?
No.
Was he asking questions to the man?
I think he was asking my manager questions, I'm not sure.
Okay, did he ever ask you questions?
No.
So to this day, has law enforcement ever asked you questions about him?
Yes, I think I did a statement to law enforcement.
I'm sorry?
I think I did a statement to law enforcement.
Okay, and when would that statement have taken place? After June 18th?
Yes.
Do you recall how many days after?
No.
Okay. Now, that particular day of June 18th, the detective that went there that did not speak to you, did anybody ask to see your phone?
No.
Has anybody ever asked to see your phone or your call logs or your call history?
No.
When you finally spoke with law enforcement, was it at the bank?
Yes.
And did you give a recorded statement or a written statement?
Recording, yes.
And the recorded statement that you gave, when you first met with detectives at the bank, did they talk to you about the reason they were there and have a conversation prior to putting you on the recorded device?
I can't remember.
Okay. Did they ask you, or do you recall, did they ask you if you knew a gentleman by the name of Leonard Kurt?
No.
video, was he, at one point, was Mr. Onfroy on the phone?
Yes,
Did you hear what he was talking about?
no,
Did you guys have a conversation during this transaction?
we did.
Okay, and what did you guys talk about?
He was telling me how he was like tarnishing his name, saying that he was selfish, and I was just trying to get him, positive feedback on that, so. That's
Okay. He was saying, that people were saying that he was selfish?
People were, yeah,
Did he discuss anything else with you at that moment?
that he was gonna do an event on the weekend. That's why he needed the money.
Now, your particular bank, you can do a wire transfer, correct? Instead of, giving somebody money, you could transfer funds to the bank?
At the bank?
Yeah.
No. You can do a wire.
You can do a wire, right?
Yeah.
I have no further questions, thank you.
On behalf of Mr. Lord.
Good afternoon, Ms. Ramos.
Good afternoon.
You indicated on direct that you were friends with Mr. Onfroy.
We were friendly, yes,
How long did you know him?
since I've been to the bank,
How long was that?
so maybe a year and 2 months or 3 months.
Okay, did you know he was coming to the bank on June 18th?
No.
Okay, so he just showed up?
Yes.
Was he alone?
So, yes, he was waiting for me, yes.
Okay, do you know if anyone was outside waiting for him?
No,
And that was not normal for Mr. Onfroy, correct?
no,
And why do you say no?
because normally when he comes in to withdraw large lumps, there's other people with him.
And in fact, you would say he had an entourage.
Yeah.
You just stated on direct that he was withdrawing the money to do an event.
Yes.
Do you know anything else about that event?
No.
Nothing further now.
Thank you. On behalf of Mr.
Oh, no questions, sir, thank you.
Thank you. Regret?
Yes, we later on there. Ms. Ramos, you indicated on cross-examination with one of the attorneys that $250K was the largest he'd ever taken out, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but besides the $100,000 withdrawal that you also mentioned, were there other large withdrawals as well?
50,000, and I can't remember the rest, maybe 25,000, something like that.
But is it safe to say it was typically large amounts of money he was withdrawing?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, typically, if you can't recall, how long does the process usually take as a bank teller for someone to withdraw such a large amount of money?
Maybe 30 minutes, maybe.
So it's not a short process?
No.
Now, you were asked on cross-examination if you recall the date that you gave a statement to police, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall that date at all?
No.
Would anything help refresh your recollection as to that date?
Maybe not.
Do you have a copy of your statement with you?
In the back, so.
I have a copy for you. May I present this one?
You may.
All right, Mr. Ramos, take a look at your statement for me and let me know if your memory has been refreshed. Right, has your memory been refreshed?
Yes.
Okay, do you recall the date your statement was taken?
June the 29th,
Of 2018?
2018.
Now, you had indicated that he was talking about, I guess, what people were saying about him, right?
Yes.
And then he also mentioned you were asked on cross-examination by Mr. Padilla about the event that he was taking the money out for, correct?
Correct.
Was that in fact a charity event?
I'm not sure.
Okay, you don't recall?
No.
I have no further questions.
Read based on reading.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're excused. Please
Thank
do not discuss your testimony with any other witness. State call your next.
Yes, before we call it, do we have a private comment right now?
All right,
shows you now, leaving you see some forward.
My next witness is Mr. Leonard Kerr. He has counsel, Mr. Michael Enton, that's here. And Mr. Michael Enton raised to me that he wanted to address, if possible, any concerns that may come up regarding attorney-client privilege because he is represented by counsel. I'm not aware that any questions that I ask will elicit that type of response, but I told Mr. Enton that I would bring it up outside the presence of the jury, so.
Judge, I represent Leonard Kerr for the last several years, and he would be asserting his privilege as to any private communications that would be covered by attorney-client privilege.
Okay, I mean, I don't know what the questions are, and I don't know if they're gonna get into that, so.
And Judge, for the record, as far as I know, that's something that he does himself, not an attorney does for you on behalf of the defense.
You would have to assert that privilege. Contemporaneous. You folks have way more knowledge than I do. That's likely to come up.
It's not likely to come up during the state's direct, but
Yeah, does anyone, I'm not pinning you down on this, I'm just saying, do you anticipate that you might get into areas that might be covered in that?
I mean, to answer that question without hearing his direct would be.
I guess we'll have to play by ear.
So it's just my concern that we're starting, a big witness at 4:15, I'm not certain that we'll finish by 5:15, I'm just wondering.
I don't think we will. I mean, I think Ms. Hill's concern is valid. Just because I expect Mr. Kerr's testimony to be lengthy, at least even on direct, and I know that there's, I'm sure they
Of
wanna.
course we do. Make the best use of our time. Thank you. Yeah, no.
So Judge,
I have no difficulty with the witness coming back along.
Sure, and as to, just so that the other witnesses that the state has lined up, may I at least release them for now? Because of the late hour.
If parties are assuring you that this will take more than 45 minutes, it sounds like it will, then you're free to let them go.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, chat. That's going to be the end of it. Sorry, I jumped back a little bit late. I was trying to get my chores done. Hang out 1 sec. I got my phone on. All right. Sorry about that.
One last restroom break, Judge.
Okay. No worries. I'm doing the rest.
Yes, sir. We will know.
So they said earlier that they would not go past 5. So they're an hour ahead of me. So it's 4:30 in Florida. They have a half an hour. The judge said earlier that they didn't want to start a witness, at 4:45, and then they're only up there for a few minutes. So we got a little bit of time, I think. I'm kind of confused too. It sounded like they were going to stop, and then they might be back. I was trying to listen while I was doing my stuff. But while they're showing a wall again, we will be back for day 2.
Yes, coming in, Your Honor.
Parties may be seated, court will come to order. Parties present, consider the pledge, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. State call your tax.
State calls Mr. Leonard Kerr.
All right, so they are going to continue with this witness, but we do have time for this one. So they are still in session, not done for the day. This probably more than likely will be the last witness. They said they only had 3 that they were calling today, so that's going to be that. We'll do this witness, and then I'll join back with you guys.
Mr. Clerk, please stand right here facing the clerk to be sworn before you sit.
Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, may be seated.
Thank you, Connie. Give me a seat right there. Right there. Right in mine. Thank you, sir. Good.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Full name is Leonard Kerr. And my last name is Kerr.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Kerr.
Good afternoon.
I see that you talk a lot softer than me. Do you mind just pulling up a little closer, and you can talk right into the microphone so we can all hear you, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Introduce yourself to the jury, please. Tell us your full name and where are you from?
My name is Leonard Kerr. I'm from Jamaica. And I'm the uncle of ex-smaller brother Aiden Kerr.
Okay, so we'll break that down a little bit. Now, you're originally from Jamaica, yes?
Yeah,
So the accent that we hear, it's your Jamaican accent?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. When did you move to Florida?
2015.
And you've been a resident of Broward County ever since?
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned that you have a nephew.
Yeah.
That is Aiden, you said?
Aiden Kerr.
Okay. Who is Aiden's father?
Adrian Kerr.
And how is Adrian Kerr related to you?
That's my smaller brother.
Okay. Who is the mother of Aiden Kerr?
Cleopatra.
Cleopatra? What's Cleopatra's last name?
Bernard.
And do you know if or how Cleopatra Bernard might be related to anybody in this case?
Jahseh Onfroy, mom.
Okay, so Cleopatra Bernard is the mother of your nephew, and she's the mother of the victim in this case, Jahseh Onfroy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How old is Aiden now in 2023, if you know, approximately?
Approximately 12.
12?
Yeah.
Okay, so 4 or 5 years ago, safe to say, he was around 8 years old, 7 years old, somewhere around there.
Yes, ma'am.
At the time, talking about 2018, were you close to your brother, Aiden's father?
Yes, ma'am. Very close.
Very close, how close?
As close as you can think.
Best friends?
Everything.
What does that mean? Tell us about your relationship with your brother.
He's my closest brother. Everything, almost everything we know about each other.
Best friends?
Best friend, everything.
How many years between you and your brother?
From ever since we know each other.
Well, how many years apart are you?
Apart?
Yes.
I'm 51 right now. 51 years old.
And how old is your brother, if you remember?
I don't remember exactly.
Okay. Safe to say you're close in age and grew up close together.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, I'm going to take you back to 2018. By extension, you being close to your brother, were you also close to your brother's son's mother, Cleopatra?
Yes.
How so?
As close as like she will ask me to do things for her.
Things like what?
Like if she like back then she would ask me to like go somewhere like to,
You'll have to speak up so that I can hear you and all of us can hear you back here. Come closer to the microphone, please.
she maybe asked me to do things like go to the store or bring something to my brother or something like that.
Back in 2018, what were you doing for a living?
I was a cook.
Okay, what kind of cook? What kind of food did you cook?
Jamaican cuisine.
A what?
Jamaican cuisine.
Okay, so like curry chicken?
Curry chicken, brown stew chicken, oxtail, fried chicken. Fried
Sounds
fish,
delicious.
jerk chicken, curry goat.
All right. And would she ever ask you to cook for the family?
A lot of times she maybe asks me like, sometimes just say maybe need like some fish like on a weekend. She order it from the shop on a jerk chicken, whatever. And sometimes she asks me if she went out to do something, she maybe asks me to drop it by the house and I just drop it and move on.
Okay, so you would actually cook for the victim in this case, on occasion.
Sometimes when his mom asks me to prepare something from the shop.
And what was your interactions with him during this time? How would you say your interactions were with him when you would cook for him or just do various things for the family?
Interaction with Jahseh?
Yes, with Jahseh.
I just drop the food and move on.
Okay. Were you friendly with him?
Not like, I wouldn't say that.
Now, what I'm asking is not if you were friends with him. Were you friendly? Were you cordial with him?
Yeah, at go there and I drop the food, he was like, he would greet me and I move on. Just drop the food, move on. 'Cause
Okay,
I have to go back to work or anything like that, so I don't.
who has to go back to work?
Me.
Okay. Now, did there come an occasion where you actually accompanied Jahseh to Riva Motorsports?
Yeah, I've been with him.
I want to talk to you about that. Had you ever, prior to the time that we're going to get into, where you were accompanying him to Riva Motorsports, had you ever done that before?
I never accompanied. I went there to meet him. What's before that, long before that.
Long before that. So when I say prior, that's what I mean. Before June 18th, 2018,
Yeah.
you accompanied Jahseh's mother to assist Jahseh from driving a new bike home.
Yeah.
Okay. And do you remember the shop that you assisted, where it was? Or the name of the store?
Actually, when I just come, that is actually almost when I just come here, so I didn't remember exactly if that was the shop I went.
Okay, but you remember it was a bike store, like
Yeah.
motorcycles?
Yeah,
Okay. And whose car did you drive back?
Cleopatra car,
And what did Cleopatra drive back?
Jahseh car,
And what did Jahseh drive back?
Jahseh ride the bike that he brought back home.
During that time, do you recall if there was any security guards with you, Jahseh, and Cleopatra?
I don't know if there was a security guard there.
Did you see any?
No,
Okay, so you didn't see any security guards that were accompanying Jahseh that day?
no, ma'am.
Okay. Now let's talk about June 18th, 2018.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Start with earlier in the day before you went to Riva Sports. How is it that you even ended up with Jahseh that day to accompany him to Riva Sports?
First and foremost, I was at the top agency. I was trying to get a tag for a car. Then I leave and go to Western Union to send some money to my mom back home in Jamaica. Cleo called me and asked me where am I. I tell her, she asked me if I'm doing something. I tell her, no, not right now. I'm going back to the house. Okay. When I went to the house, she pulled up by the house and asked me if I could accompany Jahseh somewhere. I tell her yes. Which she picked me up in the car and she take me to the bank.
What bank?
Bank of America.
Do you remember what city the bank was in?
The bank was right off, I think, 441 and Jansen Road right there.
And where?
441 and Jansen Road.
Okay, is that Coconut Creek?
Yeah, right over there.
Okay. And what was the purpose of you going with Cleopatra to the Coconut Creek Bank of America?
She told me that she wanted me to accompany Jahseh somewhere. After, on my way with her in the car, she told me that Jahseh is at the bank. That's where we're gonna meet up.
Okay.
And she dropped me, leave me there. I wait until Jahseh come. Me and Jahseh headed, we drive out. On our way,
Let me ask you something real quick first. Did you go inside the branch?
I don't remember if I did wait. After so long, I don't remember if I did go inside.
Okay. To your best of your recollection, did you wait outside for Jahseh?
I think so.
And how did you know what Jahseh was even driving? Were you familiar with his car?
I know Jahseh car.
Okay, what kind of car did Jahseh have?
He did have a BMW.
What kind? Describe it if you don't know the model number or the model line.
So it's just a little two-door BMW car. He did have a black.
I'm sorry?
A black two-door BMW car.
Okay. When you say little, are you familiar with BMWs?
It's a small car. I don't know the model of it.
Okay. Was there anything distinct, for example, about the doors?
When the doors open, it flip up in the air.
Okay. So what some people commonly refer to as butterfly doors? They open up like almost like a wing-like fashion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was, at the time in 2018, was it a newer model car or an older model car? Was it like a vintage antique or was it a newer model car?
For me, I would say that it's a new model car because I don't really know them like that.
Okay, all right. And so you waited by the car for Jahseh?
I think I wait outside.
And how long were you waiting outside?
I've been waiting for a while, long while, maybe like about half hour, 45 minutes.
At some point, did Jahseh come out?
When he come out, he was about to go to drive out. That's the time.
Okay. Who else is with you at this point, with you and Jahseh?
Just me and Jahseh.
So what do you do next?
I went in the car with him and we were driving.
Who was driving?
Jahseh.
And what position in the car were you?
I was in the front seat.
Front seat passenger?
Yeah.
The type of car that is there any room for anybody to sit in the back?
I would have said there's no room inside that car because the seat is all the way down.
Okay. So is it a sports car? Is it a wagon?
I'll
Tell
say-
us what kind.
I would say it's a sport car.
Okay. Now, from the bank, where did you go next?
To the bike shop,
Do you know what the name of the bike shop is?
Riva Motorsports.
I'm sorry?
Riva Motorsports.
At any point, did you know why or where you were going, first of all?
I didn't know where I was going until we actually reached there.
Why is that? How did you not know?
Because his mom just asked me to accompany him somewhere at the time.
Okay. And what about the conversation between you and Jahseh? Was it ever revealed to you where you were going on the drive there?
No, because we weren't talking like that on the way, like, you understand?
Okay. Once you arrive at Riva, what do you do next?
Jahseh was walking around looking on the bike, looking around. I was like behind Jahseh, just looking around on the bike as well, on the bikes inside.
Okay, were you with him the entire time when you went inside?
Yeah, I was beside him.
Okay. Do you remember what kind of bikes he was looking at?
Actually, he was looking at all the bikes inside, every bike that was inside.
At that point, were you aware why you were there?
I figured more or less that he was going to buy a bike at the time, because he was looking around on the bike, all the bikes.
Okay. Do you recall what, if anything, Jahseh had on him in terms of like any type of bag or anything like that?
Yeah, he had a Louis bag over his shoulder.
Okay, do you remember the color of the Louis bag?
It was like a black with the little.
The microphone is sensitive, so you'll have to be careful. Say it again?
It was a black, the little black shoulder bag that he had, Louis bag.
Okay. I'm gonna ask you, during the time that you were there and you were walking around, did anything stand out to you about the Louis bag that caused you to say something to Jahseh?
Yeah.
What is that?
I see like the money was one money push out, and I touch him and I say, close the bag, the money coming out. And he said, okay, bro, and he pull it out. That's it.
When you say money, you're talking about US currency cash you saw sticking out of the
US,
bag?
yeah, it was US.
Were you able to tell, are we talking, and I understand you may not have counted it, but was it a large amount, small amount?
I just see a pint of the money.
A what?
A little piece of the money pushing out.
Okay. And once you indicated, well, why did you indicate for him to close up the bag? Why did you say that?
Because the money exposed it, and I was like, why you money out like that? So I just tell him the money, just pull it out.
Okay. So you were looking out for him?
Yeah.
In order to tell him so that nobody else would see it?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, after you tell him to close up the bag and he does, what do you guys do while you're in there?
Still walking around, we went upstairs,
What's upstairs?
bike as well.
How long would you say you were in Riva Motorsports looking at motorcycles?
Probably 5 minutes to an hour. He was
Okay.
talking to the sales rep as well, so,
About potentially making a purchase?
yes, ma'am.
What, if anything, did Jahseh purchase that day?
He did not purchase anything.
Do you know why?
Maybe he don't see the bike that he did want
Okay.
at the time.
What, if anything, next happened when you then are, he doesn't purchase a bike? What do you do? What do both of you do?
We walk out, go to the car.
Okay. And the same BMW sports vehicle that you drove in?
Yes, ma'am.
So who's driving now as you're trying to leave?
Just say,
And where are you positioned in the car?
the same passenger seat,
Who, if anybody, is in the car with you?
just me and Jesse.
Now, before we get to when you're actually trying to leave, what was Jahseh like when you were there with him?
He was in a happy mood.
Okay, how do you know? Give us some, if you could describe his demeanor.
Actually, he's just moving, and when you come outside, okay? We were walking to the car. On the side there, someone, a white guy and a girl was there sitting. They asked him for a picture. The guy asked him for a picture, and he was like, "No, bro, I'm cool." And he just moved on. When I look around on the guy, he was like, I see the guy just nod his head.
Okay, so a fan potentially asked him for a picture and he said no.
Yeah, I think about that mess that is a fan.
Okay, now, how about inside the store? His demeanor. Describe his demeanor. You said he was happy. How do you know?
He was just walking around looking at the bike. Just, he was asking the sales rep to speak on all the bikes, and maybe, but he was like, I don't see the bike, like, you can see that you definitely don't see the bike that you want.
Okay, so now, take us back outside. You're leaving. He just denied a photograph for a fan. And how long does it take from the time you're inside to walk to the car?
I mean, like 2-3 minutes to walk to the car.
All right. Were there any other cars that looked like Jahseh's car in that parking lot that you saw?
No, ma'am.
And when you are leaving, do you know how many exits or entrances there are to Riva Motorsports?
No, I don't know.
So tell us then what happens next. You get in the car with Jahseh, and what happens next?
Okay, we get in the car, we were driving out, and at the exit, when you pull out, you stop, you look to the left, I look to the right. When you look to the left, by the time you look to the left, I see a car just coming down, block the entrance, pull by the entrance. After the car pull by the entrance, 2 persons jump out of the side to us, jump out of the car. One go on Jahseh's side, one come on the side that I'm on.
All right, let's talk about that for a second. When you say 2 persons, what gender were they?
Men.
Were you able to tell what race they were?
No.
Why not?
Kids.
Were they wearing anything to obstruct their identity?
I can't remember right now how they were dressed at the time.
Say that again?
I can't remember what they were dressing at the time. After so long, I don't remember.
Okay. Was there anything covering their face?
That's the thing I can't remember.
Okay, so you don't recall, if anything, what the 2 people looked like that jumped out of the car?
No.
What, if anything, did they have in their hands?
All right. First and foremost, one of the guys taller than one. Okay? When they jump out of the car, I would say the shorter one go by Jahseh's side. The taller one was at the front. He was, I can stop.
May,
You may.
okay, so you can stand up.
The taller one pulled to the
Alright.
front.
Go ahead. This is the car.
Yeah.
Driver's seat, passenger seat, front of the car. Go ahead and show us what you want to do.
The taller one was like this. You don't come out the effing car. And he was like with a gun. You don't come out the effing car. The shorter one was at Jahseh's side.
Come step down, please. How close was the taller one to the front of the car if these are the two front seats?
Right, that's the car. The taller one was like this. You don't come out the effing car. You stay in the car. You stay in the car. Don't come out the effing car. And I was like, you know,
Okay, so where were you seated out of these two seats?
I was in the passenger seat.
So I'm gonna sit in the passenger seat. This is where you were seated?
Yeah. And he was like, you don't come out the effing car. You stay in the car. Don't come out there. So I was like, but at that time I was like, I thought it was just somebody who knows Jahseh, where they come out the car.
When you're saying, and I understand we're in court, you're saying effing car. Did he actually say effing car, or did he say you don't come out of the fucking car? What did he say?
He said don't come out the fucking car.
Okay. And who was he referring to when he said that?
He was talking to me.
Why was he saying that to you? What were you
He
doing?
was pointing the gun at me, and the next one was around to Jahseh's side of the car. Deacon, give me the chain. Where's the chain? Give me the chain.
Who was saying that, and who was he saying it to?
Jahseh, he was out digging Jahseh back for the chain.
What was Jahseh doing in response to that? As one of the gunmen is trying to grab his chain.
I hear it was like he was saying, what is for?
Did at any point, or were you aware, did Jahseh even have any weapons or anything on him that you're aware of?
No, I didn't see that.
Did you? Were you armed?
No.
Okay, so tell us next and what happens.
Okay. After all that, I get the door open.
How?
I sit, I like move my leg like this.
Why don't you sit down and show us?
Okay. I was like this in the car. I keep my foot like, I was like, I started thinking. Because I was like, if I run, I maybe get a shot and I can live. If I sit,
You need a moment?
okay, I open the car door. And when I open the car door, I get down. When I get down, I start to run. I run up back in the back to the shop. When I run back to the shop,
Before you go, you can please continue from the stand. And I'll just ask you just a few more questions before you continue. When you open the car door from your side and you were doing a motion with your right hand, is it automatic or is it like a manual lever that you have to open the car door?
once I touch the button, the car is full.
Okay, so you touch a button and it activates the door or doors?
One door, just my door.
One door, okay. And once the door is activated and opens, you basically ran for your life?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall what happened as you're running?
Okay. I run and I keep running two sides of the road like this, going up with the bike shop. When I go there, I pick up my phone to make up to try and call the cops, and I was like, I see a man in the back, a man in the out there standing in the front. And he was like, don't call the cops, I'm on the phone with them right now, I'm giving them that, don't call the cops, I'm on the phone with them. So I just I still take up my phone in my hand, and the first person I called after that, it was Cleo. And
Why did you call Cleo first?
Because the cops, someone already called in the cops, and I called Cleo because Cleo is the one who asked me to accompany Jahseh. So that's the first person come to my mind to call, his mom.
Now, at the point that you're calling Cleo, had anything else happened other than you exited the car for your life?
I run and they were down there. The two men that could jump out the car was down there.
So you left Jahseh in the car and the two gunmen were still there?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see anything that happened to Jahseh, between Jahseh and the gunmen after that?
Before, when I run up there, open the back, shut. The taller guy, as I tell you, the taller guy went to run to Jahseh's side. The shorter one now come around to the door that I was, my door that I opened, and he go inside the car.
You saw that?
I see that because I was looking, when I run up there and saw some, some of the man that was on the phone. I keep looking down there. When I keep looking, I realize that the shorter one come around to my side. The taller one go to Jahseh's side.
Okay, so
And
it's almost
after
like,
that,
I'm sorry?
And then I heard something like, hey, hey! How much time I don't know, but I heard something like explode.
An explosion?
Yeah.
Had you ever heard, firearms fired in your life?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I understand you're trying to describe what the sound is like, but did it sound similar to you that, like you've heard that sound before?
The sound wasn't loud like that. I just hear, hey!
How many times did you hear that, like,
I
explosion
can't
sound?
recall how much time, but I know I heard it.
And how long after you ran for your life did you hear that explosion sound?
Like, it was very, very, very fast. It don't come like, I would say like, minute, 2 minutes, the sound go I hear it.
When you saw the two gunmen, the shorter one on the passenger side and the taller one on Jahseh's side, how long after you saw those gunmen positioned like that did you hear the explosion?
Actually in the same, like, I would say like in a minute or two, the explosion went off.
What did you do next?
The vehicle, the car that blocked us, it drove off, and then I go back. I see everybody going down to the car, so I go down there too.
And what did you see?
Jahseh was just like, same way like that, just like.
Was he conscious?
I don't see he was moving. He was moving at all.
Was he injured?
I don't know.
Okay. The car that blocked you off, did you recognize that car?
No, I don't recognize what type of car is it like that.
What side of the vehicle did the two gunmen exit the car?
The side, the car was going, honestly, so they come out on the right hand side. That's, you would say the passenger side.
The passenger side, okay. Both gunmen came out the passenger side?
One come from the back door and one from the front door.
Okay, so both gunmen came out from the passenger side, one from the front passenger and one from the back passenger.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to see if there was anybody else in the car?
No, ma'am.
Do you know if the gunmen that came out from the passenger side slid over from the driver's side or not?
No, ma'am, I can't tell.
Okay. And you didn't see anybody else in the car from your vantage point?
No, ma'am.
You remained behind, correct, in order to cooperate and give a statement to the police when the police eventually showed up?
Yes, ma'am. The whole day I was there.
Say that again?
I was there the whole time until everybody put the police.
you're not talking, Mr. Kerr, just pull back a little bit so that you're not breathing into the microphone because it's very sensitive. Riva Motorsports that you were in, that you went to that day, what county is Riva Motorsports in? Do you know what city it's in?
I think they say over there is Dixie, somewhere like that.
Off Dixie? Okay. Do you know, for example, are you familiar with South Florida?
No, no.
Okay.
Not like that.
I'm sorry?
Not like that.
Not like that. Do you know that what state you were in when this happened? It's not a trick question.
I just know I was in Florida.
Okay, that's important. All right. Just one moment, Your Honor.
Well, let me see, counsel.
All right, chat, we are nearing the end of day one of the trial. This will be ending shortly. So make sure you guys hit those thumbs up, like and share, subscribe to all the platforms that we're on. We will be back live tonight at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. We are going to do everything Kenosha again. So I would imagine the state has a few more questions, and then I would guess that the judge is going to end it because he did not want to go past 5, and it's already 5 p.m. in Florida. Look at a bunch of people dropped off when I said that. So I would presume that defense will do their cross on this witness tomorrow morning. So they're back at 10:30 Florida time. So that'd be 9:30 Central Standard Time. We'll be live again. I am still waiting to hear from the Waukesha courts on Jesse Krajewski's hearing tomorrow morning, which is also at the same exact time. So that is by Zoom. So we're trying to get a link from the court so we can cover it. If not, we'll just keep you guys updated through the course of the day while we're doing this trial.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. We reached out, see, someone took the battery out of there so that I would just think it's quarter to 11 all day. Maybe we could be here 10 more hours. It's quarter to 11. No, I'm aware that it's later. So, I tell you, we'd like to finish at 5. It's 5. There's a break there. So, we're going to go ahead and call it a day now. Firstly, to the witness, I want to let you know that you're not to discuss your testimony with anyone, including the state attorney or any of the other attorneys. All right? I meet you back here at 10:30 tomorrow morning. You come in, sit in the very back of the courtroom. I don't know when you're here, okay? But do not discuss the case with anyone. All right. So actually, you're excused. You can go now.
Thank you, sir.
See you back at that time. And ladies and gentlemen, the jury, you're not forming any definite fixed opinions in the case to hear all the evidence, arguments, counsel instructions, and all that means until that time. Do not discuss the case even among yourselves during the course of the trial. Take regular recesses during which you're going to separate all about your personal affairs during these recesses. Do not discuss the case with anyone else than anyone standing is present. If anyone attempts to, the jury asks them to stop, sit, leave them, either way, or matter one of my deputies will advise me to seek counsel. defendant's witnesses. Anyone else who's sitting with the case in the hallway, they're going to ignore you, they're not being rude, they're following my orders. So I would like you back at 10:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. Make sure you get here in time to do the whole parking thing, get up, you'll form up in the 7th floor reception area. One of my deputies will pick you up at that point when you're all there and let us know. I think we should have accomplished any letters that anyone needs, but if anyone needs anything else along that line, just let there's more there. If anyone else needs anything like that, let me know. We'll make it happen tomorrow. And if there's anything else that I can do to make you comfortable, let me know. Once again, make sure you avoid press. They are here today. I can't imagine the temptation to go home and watch this because you just saw it. So there's nothing out there that they're watching you watching, except they're not showing you watching it. But you've already seen it all, so no need to do it. And let's make sure we avoid that. In any event, once again, thank you for your time, your attention. Have a great evening. We'll see you tomorrow.
Just please make sure you're not are close, leave it in your seats. Follow. Give me 1 second.
All right, parties present, jurors are absent. Anything else for us to discuss before we recess the meeting?
Nothing from the state.
We good? George? George?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Anything we need to discuss before we recess? For recess. Thank you. See you guys.
All right, that is going to be the end of day 1 of the Xxxtentacion trial. Interesting kind of shit show of a day with this case. So this trial is expected to last until March. They have on the witness list like 200 different witnesses. Doesn't mean we're going to hear from each one of them. A lot of times they have witnesses and you don't hear from every single one of them. Just some recap on some things we talked about earlier today. So again, our main focus is going to be on Jahseh Onfroy. So she is accused of poisoning an elderly woman that she was caring for with Visine and then stealing over $200,000 from her. Her side of the story is that this woman unalived herself with various medications in pill form. So she has another hearing tomorrow morning in front of Judge Doro. So Judge Doro is the Darrell Brooks judge, right, from the Waukesha Christmas Parade incident. I know you guys all love her. So that hearing is also at the same time as this trial. So we're still waiting from the court for a link that we can pick up so we can cover it. We have to get the link from the court. None of her Zoom here, I can't find any, at least her Zoom hearings. I can't find any. So I'm assuming even mainstream media is not picking those up, which is odd. If you guys find them, shoot a message over on the Facebook page. I've not been able to find the Zoom hearing ones. I've seen some of her in court hearings, but tomorrow's supposed to be a Zoom hearing. So if we can get it, great. If not, we'll kind of keep you posted during day 2 of this trial. tomorrow. So Krajewski's trial is slated to start on the 13th. So that's going to be jury selection. We're waiting for word on whether or not jury selection is going to be live streamed. Lately, these cases, they haven't done voir dire live. Wisconsin has done that before. So, you know, but it's up to each judge. I want to say they did it for Brooks. At least I thought they did. I might be wrong. I don't remember. Brooks was so damn long ago. Seems like yesterday, but it was so long ago. So if voir dire for Krajewski is live, then we're going to be jumping over to that trial. If not, then day one of that trial, we'll be jumping over and covering live while it's happening. We're not doing like restreams of that or anything. That trial's the main focus. So that trial's, you know, expected to last several weeks as well. And then we have some other big ones that are coming up in March and April. So I've got some dates written down for some different trials and things like that. We'll see how this one goes that we're watching now. You know, we may do Krajewski in the morning when that starts and then end that stream and then start another one to catch up, you know, each day what we're missing in this trial. So we'll see what you guys want to do. It's up to you. You saved my life if you don't want to do both trials. But we did start this one. So if you guys are into it, you know, obviously we have time. We have plenty of time to really get into the meat and potatoes of this trial. So hopefully tomorrow is not going to be as big of a shit show as this morning was. They just seem very, very unprepared. Daryl Brooks was back in court last week. So if you guys missed those hearings, we have both of the hearings. He was in two different courtrooms. He's got two different cases. So we have both those hearings on the YouTube channel. And in the domestic hearing, they are back and forth on, you know, plea agreement offers, and the attorney representing Brooks made mention to the court that if there is not a settlement and it's going to trial, that Daryl Brooks will be representing himself pro se again. So I don't know if that's, you know, basically a threat to the court, like come at me with a better offer. Otherwise, we're going to trial, and this is going to be Waukesha 2.0. But it was mentioned that he will represent himself pro se if there is a trial. So, and that's the direction that it's heading right now. So they set another status hearing for March 23rd, I believe it was. March is going to be a big time. So a lot going on in March. You know, we've got kind of coming up. We've got the Leticia Stotch trial. That comes up in March. We've got Christopher Schur trial. So he is the police officer in Michigan that shot Patrick Loyola. So that is one I definitely want to cover, since we kind of talk about those topics on this channel. That's really what our channel is. So that is slated to start on March 13th. Then we have Sarah Boone. Her trial that's Suitcase Killer. Her trial is slated for April 10th. And then we have Richard Allen in the Delphi trial, the Delphi murders. He has a bond hearing coming up February 17th. So we got 10 days for that hearing. And then, like I said, Jesse Krajewski starts on the 13th as well of this month. So a lot going on. So that is, pretty much that. So we'll be back tomorrow morning. Tonight at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time, we're going to go live. We're going to talk all things Kenosha unrest from 2020. A lot of rhetoric going around because of the wrongful death lawsuit of Anthony Huber. So, we took a couple days, last week to kind of do a little intro to this. So we're going to do a couple of days this week on the Kenosha thing. And we're just going to kind of keep going until we've kind of exhausted basically everything that's in my brain. So there's a lot to unpack. We're going to tell you behind the scenes things that I know that, mainstream media would not be covering. We're going to talk about all that stuff. We just wrote an article about the curfew, so we're going to touch on that tonight. We touched on a little bit of it on the last episode that we did. But I told you guys that the article was going to be more detailed. So we're going to touch on that. We're going to play some videos. We're going to start with some stuff that happened on the 23rd, because that's a big day. That's the day Jacob Blake was shot. So a lot of rhetoric that goes around about that day as well. So we're gonna play some videos. We're gonna talk about some things regarding that. So we need your guys' help as far as funds. Okay, we are on the verge of losing the streaming software. All right, we need to raise $25 ASAP for the streaming software. I told you guys, when we do trials like this, it takes me out of a day job. Okay, it's all shit that I normally pay for, but we're struggling because doing trials really screws us up. So we need your help. Okay, the bill was due today. It gives us a couple of days before they just cut it off. And when that happens, I cannot go live. So we need help. There's some links in the pinned comment if you want to help, if you like the content that we provide. We want to be able to keep doing this, but we are already losing a lot of shit because I'm not at my fucking day job. So we're at that danger level. Like we're there now. So if you like what we do here and you want to, keep hanging out and watching and like the breakdowns and all the juicy tidbits that we give you guys and everything that we do, please hit those donations, become a member on YouTube, all of that. So we make very, very little money, guys, streaming trials. Very little from YouTube. There's fucking no YouTube money. And it's a long story, but it takes months for that YouTube money to even collect up and then even be released. So help. We need help. With that, all right, I'm out. I got to do some prep for tonight. I've got some videos that I'm editing already. And then I have a couple other videos that I have to edit. And when I say edit, guys, there's, we have full videos that are up on the YouTube channel. We're kind of clipping out some certain things to make points about some of the rhetoric that's gone out. But the full videos are up on the page. Most of them are for members. You can become a member for as little as 99 cents, and you have access to all those videos. But so we're not doing, 14-hour long streams. We're kind of clipping some stuff down. And then some of the other videos, we just have to be careful with the content, because if you remember, a lot of that stuff that happened in Kenosha is pretty violent, pretty gruesome. So we got to kind of put some blurry effects on things, and because we kind of get in trouble for showing that. So even a lot of the Rittenhouse incident that night, a lot of the stuff that we watched live, the up close and personal shots of gruesome things that we saw, that shit is gone. It's off. Basically, it's off the internet. There's still ways to find it, but doing a Google search and looking up on YouTube, that shit is gone. So it's all been taken down. So it's, I've been up a lot this last 4 days. really not getting any sleep, just scouring the internet for more stuff. So I usually do that every couple of months. I'll scour the internet again, see if there's anything new that's popping up somewhere. So yeah, so we have a lot to talk about. We're obviously not going to solve the whole Kenosha thing in one night because we only do from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. We stay live. That's it. Try to keep them shorter than doing big, long, 6, 7, 8 hour streams. So with that, I'm out. I'm going to go. I'll see you guys tonight at 7 if you want to talk Kenosha. Otherwise, if not, you don't care about that, then we'll see you tomorrow morning for day 2 of this trial. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. Oh, and by the way, when we're doing this, when I'm talking and asking questions and, hey, respond, I need people to talk to me. So today there was like nobody chatting, and I'm asking questions because I'm seeing like weird glitches on my end of the stream. Nobody's responding. So I kind of, for me, I'm just like, okay, I don't know. I guess nobody's here, even though there's shows people are watching. I don't know. But for me, then it's like, okay, well, I don't need to be here. If all you want to do is watch the trial, I'm going to go off and do my other stuff, and you guys can just sit and listen, I guess. So if you like the engaging and the interacting, and especially when I'm asking you if there's something wrong with the stream, I need people to respond. So respond. And the more you guys chat in the thing, it helps push our video out, right? Law and Crime had fucking 4,500 people watching this trial, and we had 9. So, it gives you an idea of how much money we don't make when 9 fucking people watch. You know what I'm saying? So just respond. It keeps me engaged, especially when I've pulled an all-nighter doing stuff. And, you guys are keeping me awake too. So, all right, I'll see you later.